Ayer habíamos venido, nos había tocado todo el show.
Sí. carottes sont cassées. Ah là, c'est une petite bonne.
think at the end they should drop the mic and go off different sides.
Knock easels over.
Yeah.
These are days that I wish I was Scotty and had the uniform.
It's not a uniform, it's a statement.
I went to Catholic school my whole life. I love a uniform, okay? Having to pick out an outfit is a pain.
What is this, right? I do.
But it wasn't like mandatory. But our principal, Dr. Schwartz, was like this tall, probably like this. He used braces, super cute. She would wear a uniform every day.
I mean, honestly, a uniform is easy, man. Having to figure out, like, I'm like, giving up.
Like I used to like to wear.
That's it, out the door. All girls have this job. You brush your hair and you just put it in a messy bun on top of your head and because you go to school. You don't. You're going to go to school. It's the best thing ever. Look at the level that you've got. Oh, Sam. Thank you. Dude, just wait. It's the best. How do we want to?
I do have to be careful when I take off all my camera gear at the end of the day and
Okay, let's put one of
go
those
home,
on.
you know, if I
No?
go in a store or something, people come up and start asking me questions about
Like, I think, you know,
what aisle is this on?
so maybe visually. Let's do this one with that one.
I went to the Kennedy Center one time to see a show after work one time, and I was up by the members lounge. A lady comes by with a little plastic plate with shrimp tails.
That's okay.
I swear, I'm not making this up. Oh, those are
Patrick,
good.
you're famous. Patrick took these over the weekend.
Those are
Isn't
good.
that cool?
Very good, Patrick.
He is a talent. We're blessed.
Blessed. You sound like a Southern mother.
We're blessed.
I don't think I've ever had a picture that big.
Okay, Scotty, we can work on that.
Gentlemen?
Good morning. Am I in your seat, sir?
No.
Oh, come on.
KJ?
Speak your mind, sir. Speak your mind.
Well, you guys are going to sit here anyway, so I'll just take your seat when you're
No,
done.
I'm not. Patrick's
I
there.
mean, you're welcome to sit here.
I didn't know Patrick's mom. Forward.
It's 4 easy.
I'm like a proud mother as well.
Yeah, we're all proud moms. We're like, look at Patrick's work.
Look at Patrick.
So cute.
I was in the
I don't know why I'm here so early, but
Were you worried, Patrick?
like that.
Out in the street?
It's been like 15 minutes. It's not bad.
Truthfully, I was a little bit, and I was like, I'm gonna make sure I wear nothing that like is.
No.
There's a white one.
You had to blend
There
in.
were a lot of like just regular hamburgers, so I'm like, oh, but
You had to blend in.
nobody looked at me sideways, so.
That's good. Now to the nudge.
They're not really nice.
I'll take a picture of it. Do you want to pose in front of it?
No. I did not take them. Patrick took them. Those are just sent to his mother, you know?
They are just into his mother.
That he faced, you know, the wild crowds.
The
For,
wild
for
crowds.
his art.
Is this your bag?
No.
What a niche. Niche thing. Yeah. Thanks for helping us find this.
She is. You should really do that shopping.
Format my cards.
They see you?
Yeah. I better check to see if I'm still not in Friday afternoon mode. The card's full of Chuck Schumer here.
You absolutely can.
Oh, look at Zelensky.
Yes. We were just talking about, I think, friends.
Oh, did
So
we
I just speak right here from
I was coming to
Friday.
find you. Oh, no.
Spell this. There it is. Maybe he comes in with a shaved head, Scotty, and you're screwed.
Sporting the Mike Lee haircut.
Yeah, right. Maybe he throws you for a loop, Scotty. You don't think so?
Hey, Al, did he just come in?
No, I'm giving the wonderful Kylie Cooper a tour. Kylie Cooper,
Scotty?
the wonderful
Senator
fellow out of New York. Scotty, new via AP, still getting his feet wet.
Yeah, give him a feet wet.
How's it going?
If you try to kick me, because I'm old.
How's everything? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Awesome.
Haircut?
Maybe. I can't even remember week
I know.
over week. Oh, look, it's a 4 easel day.
This is what we're doing?
He's opening a gallery.
Oh, an art gallery. It's a pop-up. I see.
Available for sale afterward.
Staff went out.
Yes, they said they did.
Hell yeah.
Edgar has the best currency of anyone I've ever seen.
Got some framing notes for them. Ready? Composure.
You should give them that.
When my hand is raised, that's you know.
Out.
So in a few minutes, Jots will come in. We'll go outside and see him coming in. And then once it starts, we've got reporters here who are great, and they're gonna be in their seats. We'll kind of work the edges, the fringes. We'll stay below the TV cameras. This guy's got a stool there. He's probably here the whole time, which is fine.
Good morning. It's great. I know.
Stay below TV. Like you can work.
Are you going to go back once we eventually reopen?
Yeah. It's like, what is it? You use them for 28 days and
It's a habit. Yeah.
we're approaching.
We're 20.
Day 20, yeah. We're on day 20, so.
Overall, you can frame stuff again.
She says that looks awesome.
For some reason, I don't know why, when I do it, I actually like I'm trying to get a reflection of clock, but it's never sure. Cuts for
Got a lot of content.
so I have to come in.
I would say that you got some of these shots are really clean. They're all clean. Big Mama. His Big Mama. Big Mama on the scale. Yeah, that's good.
It's Groundhog Day.
Justice. Yeah.
Try not to take it.
Yeah. Susan Dave. Yeah.
See, they're saying that unironically.
Okay, so there were all the stuff with like people in suits.
Hey, how are you? It's good to see you. How's it going? Thank you for everything. I know. So you excited?
Come in.
Just reading an email from my digital editor. I'm sure you've seen this article talking about November 1st.
These, which Patrick on our team actually cooked on Saturday, faced the crowd. I'm afraid it was a little crazy.
You know, it's actually
He's like, it's first thing we
I wanted to test drive a bunch of cars. Yeah. I said, create a schedule for it. And I was like, it's really great.
So like, it's just
I said, I want extra. I said, I want. No, it doesn't make the appointment. It does say, like, here the council does drive, and here's my calendar. I'm like, figure it out. It does. It says, like, I think it says 45 minutes. That's not bad. Right? Hey, Laura.
Hey.
You want to come? You want to take the seat? You can take the seat.
That seat? No, I'm good. You're fine.
I just was bored, so I came down early.
Perfect. lots of time to learn.
I also,
I can also go and
you know what I mean?
I agree, yes.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Shrink. It's a great thing, ChatGPT. Oh, do you? That's actually kind of cool. But look, dude, it's also like, check this out. Open Google Maps too. So it's plotting your whole. Yeah. It's amazing. So just for efficiency purposes.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I said it. I said you were multi-hyphen.
you know.
I've seen where we like have the shortest route to
Oh, really? That's cool.
I'm pretty sure it was when he walked by. I think it was.
Because, like, I would have spent like an hour doing that.
You see, like, World News had a piece last week about Kelly's Blue Book says the average car is across America.
Is that right? I'm not buying it.
And they said that buying used cars, like, not much better.
Well, I was talking to Phil Bagley about that not the other day, a while ago. He bought his wife I was just thinking about this because I was thinking about what I'm going to get. He bought a used car and it's like, why do I want this car? So like, we just smash it up. Like, what's the thing about it?
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of thinking about too. I don't want to my car. I wish I didn't. Because technology I feel like it's just accelerating at a rate that doesn't make sense to own. Like, not only appreciating the asset, but like the technology depreciates so rapidly, you know? Oh, really? Well, I have a Tesla, and I own it, but I just, it's such a waste because it was like, I just drive it to the metro. So I don't know why I live Cleveland Park. Connecticut, and it's all the way. Like, I'm at a metro, park it there, jump in the metro, and so it's like less, I drive maybe 2 miles a day. Less, like 1.8.
Yeah, he's leaving out like a
Yes. Well, definitely. But I just I wish I could. In the summer, I'd do it on the scooter because I like scooter. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you? I don't know whose backpack this is, but maybe.
Neither, but I think that's them. This is like under me, so hopefully that's for me. Unless it's for someone else.
So,
Or you. Morning.
oh, I don't care who's it is. Anyway. I'm just saying. Oh, okay.
Morning.
Julie, is this the first day of the breakup between?
Yes, it is. It is.
So you're
It's official.
It's official, huh? Hey.
Yeah. Okay.
it's 2010, and I had like around 10,000 miles.
Pretty good. My first car was my dad's old Volvo out of high school. I got rid of it. 168. Nothing. It was such a, I'm telling you, it's a huge waste. Like, I didn't even think that was like crazy like that.
We have a Avenger X3 that's like our favorite car.
Do you like it?
Got it in 2019. I love it. And
No, look at the X7.
the X5 is a little bigger too. It's better. I like that more.
I'm gonna look at the X7, but she wants like, she's kind of, you guys,
You made it.
you ride like a Chevy Traverse or this, they're all stuff here, and my wife's like, I want this car. I was like, if you want this car, that's perfectly fine by me.
If they're comfortable driving,
Yeah, I do
that's the key thing.
Cost me that. I'd still use it, but.
Thank you, appreciate it. Not saying my
I would, I mean, a lot of members of the
Yeah, we're driving. Yeah.
I know there was
What is that start?
Well, we've done it in 1 year back.
Yeah.
1 day out.
That means you don't stop at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we stopped at
Yeah. You don't see.
super late.
Yeah, and so it's like a 14-hour trip. But we've been, like, usually we'll break it up. Or we'll like stop in Chicago.
In a way, like it was like a week before they were also he's already
Oh.
We used to, when I was following fish a lot, like 20s, we used to drive to Deer Creek, which is an easy place, and then to Alpine Valley the next day, which is, north of Milwaukee. But like you could not, you had to leave Indianapolis. Because they're also caught in Chicago traffic the next day. So I think that chase. When that drive.
chase me and he chased me. He's like,
Traffic.
When we left,
he like had raspberries.
we left like
So he's so much.
Teacher recorder? Yes.
Like it.
Also, just like stopping when you woke up at school and going on that.
another day.
Nice thing is outdoor seating. Very quarters. Some pull off. That's what he does. There's always something.
Fed Hill goes like some college kids line, like the bouncer. I saw that, yeah. The bouncer turned himself in.
The last
He smashed it up.
I would love to do that.
the issue is that the Democrats just don't vote for this. The issue is the Democrats, Chuck Schumer, are
I didn't see that.
Bradley left
That's
base.
so bad.
I'd love to do that.
Over football.
Yeah.
One of our
Anytime the Eagles come to DC, it's like Commanders fans just stay silent. I want to just be respectful. The way they attack you.
But
necessary.
Heads up.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for being here this morning. For those of you that are keeping track, this will be day 20 days since the Democrats recklessly shut down the United States government. And the Democrats are making some very costly history here. Don't lose that in all that's happening. This is now the third longest shutdown in history. And when you look at it carefully, it is now already the longest full shutdown of all time. You had an example in 2018, and you had one back in 1995 that were longer, but they were partial shutdowns because they only affected a part of the federal government. This is everything. And it's also important for us to note, this is the first time in history that any party has had the audacity to shut down the government over a totally clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution. This is a political stunt, and it's the first time it's been done, and it is the most costly, most selfish, most dangerous political stunt in the history of the United States Congress, because as we have stood here day after day after day explaining all the Americans who are being harmed by this nonsense. And the Senate Democrats have zero shame about this. They don't have any shame at all about the pain that they're inflicting upon hardworking families, upon soldiers and law enforcement officers and veterans and the elderly and the disabled and women, infants, and children. Services to all those categories and paychecks to those folks are being stalled because Democrats are playing games. Today, Leader Thune in the Senate will once again bring the clean, nonpartisan CR to the floor for a vote. They will have another chance. Democrats will have their 12th opportunity to pass the bill. It is the same bill that they themselves supported just 7 months ago. Chuck Schumer gave impassioned speeches on the floor about how it was the only option. And don't forget, they did it 13 times under the Biden administration. Very similar measures, but not now. Something's changed. Over the weekend, we saw what it was all about. The Democrats made crystal clear that this is about politics. The politics were on full display. The politics, the spectacle, is what the mobs, the crowds, the rallies this week were all about. It was quite ironic, though. The irony was very glaring. They called it the No Kings Rally. But the great irony, of course, that we pointed out over and over was if President Trump was a king, the government would be open. If President Trump was a king, he would have closed the national parks and the National Mall. So they couldn't have had the rally out here. By the way, that's what President Obama did during the shutdown in 2013, closed all the parks and the National Mall. Here in Washington, you had Senators Bernie Sanders and Chris Murphy and Cory Booker and others marching in the streets. And these are the same senators who voted over and over to shut down the legislative branch and hand the reins to President Trump. They're decrying the situation that they themselves created. This has always been about the spectacle. Chuck Schumer himself joined the spectacle in New York City. And it's interesting to note his activities there. He was standing side by side some of the most radical groups that maybe ever assembled on U.S. soil. They openly advertised as co-sponsors of the event in New York City. The Communist Party USA, the Democrat Socialist of America, the Freedom Socialist Party, the Young Communist League of New York, many others. Do we need any further evidence? They're not hiding this. They're out in the open. They're not shy about it. Because this is the core constituency of the modern Democratic Party. These are objective facts. Look at what's happening. Open your eyes. It is exactly why Chuck Schumer is pandering in this whole charade. We've explained from the very beginning, this shutdown is about one thing and one thing alone: Chuck Schumer's political survival. Now, I noted on Friday the lead organizer of the rallies this weekend issued an open threat to Democrats. Quote, "The cavalry is coming in on October 18th, and they're either going to be celebrating with you, or they're going to be calling for new leadership." Now that's a direct threat to Chuck Schumer, and he heard the message. So did Hakeem Jeffries in the House. And that's why neither of them were here doing their jobs. Instead, they were out in New York and California. They were catering to the same radical base that is just days away from electing an open Marxist as mayor of New York City. And now that Chuck Schumer has had his spectacle, he's had his big protest against America, this is our plea. We're asking, and I think everybody in this room and everybody watching, listening to our voices this morning should be hoping that he is finally now ready to go to work and end this shutdown and stop inflicting pain on the American people. Republicans have been working. We are ready. We've been doing this. It's been over a month now. We passed a responsible short-term solution to keep the government open while we just simply finish our work to fund the government openly and transparently, and Republicans are completely united on that front. On the other side, Democrats can't even agree amongst themselves. You've got different subgroups among them. You've got a few reasonable Democrats who know shutdowns hurt the people, and they've already voted for our bill. They want to keep the government open. Then you've got others desperate to prop up the failures of Obamacare with no reforms whatsoever to make the program more affordable. That's what we're fighting for. And you've got AOC calling for her own negotiations on live TV, and you've got Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries still unable to articulate what it is they need to reopen the government. It illustrates the point once again. This was never about a solution. It was about creating an issue. Now that Democrats have had their protests and publicity stunts, I just pray that they come to their senses and end this shutdown and reopen the government this week. Republicans are waiting. The American people are waiting. And we are ready to act. As evidence of just how united Republicans are in this fight, I've asked two of our prominent leaders in the House Republican Conference. I've got House Freedom Caucus Chairman Andy Harris. Dr. Harris is also an appropriator. And House Freedom Caucus Policy Chair Chip Roy of Texas. I'll turn it over to Dr. Harris first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, the House Freedom Caucus made history by hosting our first press call held with the Speaker. And today we're doing it again, standing shoulder to shoulder at a full leadership press conference as part of the united Republican front against this Democrat-led shutdown. On the Sunday morning shows yesterday, the Democrats tried once again, unconvincingly, to say that they are not to be blamed for the shutdown. But the reason that the government remains shut down is becoming crystal clear to Americans. It's because centered Democrats have chosen to pander to their radical base instead of doing their job for the American people. Senate Democrats have had the opportunity to vote 11 times for the House-passed bill that pays our troops, pays our law enforcement, and pays our air traffic controllers now, and would immediately reopen the government. Instead, they've sided with the same radical activists who filled the streets this weekend chanting "No Kings" at rallies backed by the Communist Party USA and socialists, the same people who claim to hate power while demanding more control over your life. The question before us now is simple. Will at least 5 Senate Democrats relent and break from their party's left-wing fringe and vote to reopen the government today? Let's also be honest about what the Democrats are really fighting for. They're demanding taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants. They want to eliminate work requirements for welfare for able-bodied adults who could work but choose not to. And they're defending hundreds of billions of dollars in continued corporate welfare for big, profitable health insurance companies that have already made a fortune off Obamacare with the Biden bonuses the Democrats scheduled to expire at the end of this year. House Republicans have already done their job. The only thing standing between America and a reopened government is a handful of Senate Democrats too afraid of their activist base to do the right thing. But it's time for those 5 Senate Democrats to show some courage, stand against their leadership, but with hard-working Americans, and vote to reopen the government. I want to close by thanking Speaker Johnson for his leadership in standing firm against the radical left's unreasonable demands and for standing with the American people. Thank you, and then I'll turn this over to Congressman Chip Roy.
Thanks, Andy, and I want to thank the Speaker and the leadership team and the President for their leadership during these last several weeks. I'd say it's good to see you, but I mean, honestly, I'd rather be in Texas. But I'm happy to be here today with these guys. No one disputes one obvious fact. It is Democrats who have chosen not to fund government. I mean, at least establish that truth, right? It is in fact the truth. And the question is why? And you saw it on Saturday. It was basically for a political rally. Rally for cover for Chuck Schumer, who's in his own political battle in New York. That's the truth. And the irony of this is, this No Kings rally. What are we actually talking about? I mean, it wasn't President Trump, but Democrats who tried to make us take a shot or lose our job. It wasn't President Trump, but Democrats who were burning our cities to the ground in 2020 and attacking police officers. It wasn't President Trump, but it was Democrats who want to push boys into girls' locker rooms, who want to force surgeries upon children. It wasn't President Trump, but Democrats who pushed fraudulent mail-in ballots in 2020 and left the elections in question. And then when Americans dared to question that stuff, they sought to jail the American people. They weaponized the government against the American people. And now they want to turn around and say they're going to have a No Kings rally? This is the dying breath of a bankrupt party, in my humble opinion. All too happy to shut down the government, then have a Chicago teacher walk around with this symbol against her neck. Somebody tell me how that's appropriate. Where are the Democrats that are crying out about how horrific that was? And by the way, where are the Democrats who are calling out the Attorney General in Virginia for calling on the death of children of a political opponent? Where is Abigail Spanberger, one of our former colleagues running for governor of Virginia? Do they not have the courage to call out fellow Democrats for that absurdity? The truth is, we have a president. We don't have a king. We have a president who loves our country, who rightly said yesterday that he's working his ass off to make this country great. He is correct. Brokering peace deals in the Middle East, rebuilding our military, rooting out DEI and critical race theory, declaring cartels as terrorist organizations, focusing on Antifa, defunding the World Health Organization, getting us out of UNRWA, making sure that we target the Southern Poverty Law Center, who are, going after people like our friends at the Family Research Council, or ultimately Charlie Kirk, securing the border, passing the Lake and Riley Act. These are the things the American people want us to do, not shutting down the government for political rallies. And the truth is, the Marxists, the radicals, and the Islamists, the Democratic Party promoted this weekend, they cannot handle the truth. The truth is that there is a king, and that king is Jesus. And the president has been willing to say it, his administration has been willing to say it, and Charlie Kirk was willing to say it, and he got killed for it. Democrats are using this ridiculous political exercise to hold hostage the government of the American people, pretending it's about health care. Meanwhile, it is Democrats who have been holding the American people hostage to an unconscionably broken health care system that they themselves created. We're saying no more. We're the party that's standing up for hardworking Americans who can't afford health care, who can't afford insurance. We're not for giving more money to the insurance companies. We're not for a $400 billion blank check to big corporate America and corporate welfare, like my friend from Maryland said. We're not for health care for illegal aliens, but for standing up for American citizens to be able to afford health care, to carry forward the president's good policies, like short-term limited duration plans, and other ways that people can actually go and afford health care. We're for law and order. We're not for hate-filled lawlessness. We're for common sense, not radical surgeries on our children without parental consent to say a boy can be a girl. We're for the message of hope, hope born in the freedom of those who fought to give it to us through their blood, and also through the blood of our Savior Jesus Christ. Republicans are working to make America great again. Democrats have been trying to run out the clock. And for Hakeem and Chuck, their time is up. Turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Chip. Well, you can see Republicans are united strongly in working to open the government back up. We all voted to prevent a government shutdown, and that bill went through the House weeks ago on almost exclusively a party line vote. And since then, for weeks and weeks, that bill has been in the Senate, where Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, consistently have voted to shut the government down. And we've said all this is about is Chuck Schumer trying to appease his most radical base, the most far-left elements of the Democrat Party, the people who have taken over the Democrat Party. Frankly, they've held Chuck Schumer hostage, and so now Chuck Schumer is holding the American people hostage. And this weekend, we got to see on display what that Hate America rally we've been talking about was really all about. You could see some of the signs. These are just a few. But over and over again, you could see signs like 8647. I think everybody knows what that's about. Multiple signs like that advocating for the death of our president. And where are the Chuck Schumers of the world calling that out. They didn't call it out. They actually went and celebrated with those people that are advocating for the murder of President Trump and other Republicans. It's insanity. Yet that's where the Democrat Party in Washington has gone. Most Democrats around the country don't buy into that far-left radical socialist base that Chuck Schumer's catering to. And that's why so many are walking away from that party. But in the meantime, that's who is controlling the Democrat Party here in the United States Senate and in Congress. And that's why we continue to be at this stalemate. Not because there's some ability for us to come together and find a common ground. We've been trying. We had a provision in the working families tax cut that would have lowered premiums for families, healthcare premiums, by 11%. It was scored by the Congressional Budget Office to do that. 11% reduction in premiums for families. And you might ask, well, why is that not law of the land? Because it passed the House. But when it got over to the Senate, it was Senate Democrats who went to the parliamentarian and fought to get that provision removed because they don't care about lowering premiums for families. They really don't, and they showed it over and over again. What do they care about? They care about catering to the most radical elements of their base. You could see the sponsors, and it's been mentioned before, the Communist Party of America, the Socialist Party. Well, that's who's taken over the Democrat Party. It's not who America is. America is not a socialist nation. It's surely not a communist nation. But the Democrat Party here in Washington is trying to pull the country down that rat hole. We've seen it over and over again. That experiment's been tried time and time again, and you could go look at the scrap heap of history to see other countries where it's failed. Why won't they go protest over in those countries and just be a part of those countries where it's already failed? But they come here and they lie about our president. They call him a king, where, ironically, they're also advocating for the death of that democratically elected president. And so you've got to see it all on full display. And hopefully that's what Chuck Schumer needed to go through to show them that he's still keeping the government shut down to appease that group. But now that rally is over. And the pain that he has inflicted on American families continues. It's time for Chuck Schumer to end the pain he's inflicting on millions of American families. And finally vote. Just 5 Senate Democrats need to come together to vote to open this government back up again. We still have big differences, and we'll be negotiating our differences in the weeks ahead. But it's time he releases the American people from this crazy experiment. With that, bring up our whip, Tom Everett.
As the Speaker said, we're now on day 20 of the Democrat shutdown. For everyone tuning in, here's a quick review of everything that's happened in the last 3 weeks. Republicans did our jobs. We passed a clean, nonpartisan government funding bill that Democrats supported just 6 months ago and passed 13 times under the Biden administration. 11 times now, Democrats have refused to pass our clean CR, shutting the government down in the process and forcing Americans to pay the price. In order to simply turn the lights back on, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have demanded $1.5 trillion in new spending for things like taxpayer-funded health care for illegals and cutting $50 billion from our rural health care fund. They've taken the American people hostage while pointing fingers at us for refusing to concede to their absurd wish list of demands. But Republicans have been clear. We will not negotiate under hostage conditions, nor will we pay a ransom. The Democrats' position is totally unreasonable. It's hypocritical. And it's pure partisan politics in a desperate attempt to score points with the radical, pro-terrorist wing of their party. Now that their Hate America rally is over, I hope that at least 5 Senate Democrats will finally do the right and responsible thing by breaking ranks with Chuck Schumer, passing our clean CR, and reopening the government. If they continue to refuse, we're going to continue to hold them to account. And I hope members of the media in this room are going to do the same. With that, I turn it back to our speaker, Mike Johnson.
Okay, a few questions.
Good morning. Good morning, thank you. We understand concerns about air traffic control. We understand that they're going to lay off workers at the they're going to lay off workers at the Nuclear Security Administration. What keeps you up at night about what parts of this federal government are not up?
Well, those are two good examples. The question is, when the administration is required to triage federal spending, they have to look and evaluate what are the most essential and what are the less essential functions of the federal government. And they look at policy, personnel, and all these offices. But the things that concern me the most are TSA, for example. I mean, you're right. We are shorthanded already with air traffic controllers, with TSA agents, keeping the airports safe and our flights safe. We cannot afford this nonsense. And I think the Democrats in their heart of hearts know that. When you're talking about nuclear deterrence, our former colleague Brandon Williams was a congressman from New York, and now he's now been confirmed, and he's one of the people in charge of nuclear deterrence in the United States. As a former officer on a nuclear submarine. He brings a lot of experience to that job, and he came to sit down with me a few days ago, last week, and he said, I just want to articulate for you how serious this is in terms of national defense. And we didn't get into the classified parts there, we weren't in the skiff, but suffice it to say that every day that the government is shut down, it is a danger to the American people. We're in a nuclear arms race with adversaries right now. It can't be any more serious than this. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, you've seen what they're up to. America is the last great superpower on the planet, but we have to maintain that status. And if we get behind on funding or personnel or any of these projects that we're involved in that are at a level that we can't talk about in here, it's very serious. So you have every function of the federal government that is being adversely affected. Of course, it's troops. We got the troops paid, thankfully, the middle of this month, because the president did heroic work. They found money within DOD that they could use on a temporary basis. But that money is going to be exhausted. You can't have the troops unpaid. You can't have Border Patrol agents unpaid. They've got to defend the country. And this is not a game. And that's why you see us so frustrated up here every day. Again, I'm going to reiterate what we said earlier. This is the first time in history that we've been in this situation. There has never been a party that shut down the entire government, or a party that shut down, over a clean CR, for nothing but political partisan purposes. Their rally illustrated exactly what we've been saying for the last 20 days. It's about politics, and it's disgusting. Yes, sir.
Speaker Johnson, you say that the Democrats had a Hate America rally, but what does it say that the President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people?
The President uses social media to make the point. You can argue he's probably the most effective person who's ever used social media for that. He is using satire to make a point. He is not calling for the murder of his political opponents, and that's what these people are doing. I mean, in one of these photos, I think there's a picture of the president hanging in effigy by a noose on one of these, the one on the far end. I mean, it's unconscionable. Look, America is built on the idea of free speech. You have the right to protest. Of course, we jealously guard that. I mean, Chip and I are attorneys. We've defended that right in the courts. But what they're doing right now is different. They are trying to incite violence. It's not funny. You don't mock a president who has already had 2 failed assassination attempts on his life. This is not a game. And the idea that communists would be supporting this is unconscionable to us. Look, when we give tours of the House chamber, and we bring in constituents, and we point out all the historical facts and images around the building, I always start with "In God We Trust," which of course is right above the rostrum of the speaker's podium. And if you look in the visitor's guide to the House chamber, it says on page 14, when was that put there? Well, it's put there in the early 60s, 1961, as I recall. And it says in the guide that it was put there, Congress voted to put that there as a rebuke to the Cold War era Soviets. Why? Because their philosophy, that's what it says, a rebuke to their philosophy. Their philosophy was Marxism. Marxism begins with the premise that there is no God. It is antithetical to who we are as Americans. The Declaration of Independence says we're created by God and He's the one that gave us our rights. It is in God whom we trust. That is the national motto. That's what America is built on. What those people are advocating for is at its essence un-American. And when they go the next step and they call for violence on political officials in an environment that is already a heightened threat environment, it's dangerous stuff. They had the right to do it. Congratulations, they didn't burn any buildings down. That's a big achievement for the left to have some kind of gathering where they don't have a looting and riots and burn a building down. There was, I think, some in Portland, they threw bottles and bricks and stuff at the ICE facility because that's what they do for fun now out there. But, you know, they had a free speech event. Congratulations. But you need to look past that and look at what it is they're advocating for openly, and it's really scary stuff.
Mr. Speaker, we know Senator...
I was actually pointing to her. I was you've asked a question for. Go ahead.
Hi, Oriana with Notice. So, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays said over the weekend that she plans to file a lawsuit against you for not swearing Adelita Grijalva. Have you or your office spoken to her in the last couple of days about that, and what's your response to that?
Oh my goodness. Okay, yes. So there, yet another Democrat politician from Arizona is trying to get national publicity. So now it's the state AG who's going to sue me because Grijalva is not, Rep-elect Grijalva is not yet sworn in. Let me go through this again for you, and I have some updates. First of all, I'm following the Pelosi precedent. I was on some of the Sunday shows and was asked about this because this is all they have to talk about right now. When Julia Letlow was elected under very similar circumstances to fill the seat of her deceased husband, who passed away tragically by COVID, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi at the time, took 25 days to administer the oath of office to her. It wasn't just Julia. The Pelosi precedent extends even further because when Pat Ryan and Joe Sempolinski were elected, during an August recess, they waited 21 days to administer the oath to those two rep-elects because they were not in session. We are not in legislative session. The chronology is important. Rep. Grijalva won her race in, I think it was the last week of September, after we had already gone out of session. So I will administer the oath to her, I hope on the first day we come back, legislative session. I'm willing and anxious to do that. In the meantime, instead of doing TikTok videos, she should be serving her constituents. She could be taking their calls. She could be directing them, trying to help them through the crisis that the Democrats have created by shutting down the government. Oh, and by the way, I also did find out this little tidbit that should be interesting to you. When a rep-elect comes in on a special election in particular, it is up to the leaders of her party, his or her party in the House, to give them guidance and direction. One of the first things they do is reach out, what we do, is reach out, majority leader, or reaches out to the rep-elect and says, hey, welcome, congratulations, here's all the things you need to do. Here's the office of the Chief Administrative Officer of the House, and they will help you get all of your computers set up and your passwords and all the rest. That call was apparently never made by Rep. Grijalva, and I don't know if the Democrat leader's office didn't inform her of that. But I found out this morning that the person who runs that office in the Chief Administrative Office is on furlough because they voted to shut the government down. And so that person didn't reach out affirmatively, but now it's been sorted out, and I'm told they're going to her office today because she made a TikTok video saying that she couldn't use her computers. Well, she'll be able to use her computers now. Okay, she has 16 staffers. They need to be taking calls, and they need to be helping their constituents, just as Republicans are out in their districts right now, helping them navigate the chaos that is created by Democrats who are playing political games.
Are we not fast approaching the point where this CR doesn't buy you time for appropriations?
Well, I would defer to my appropriator buddy up here, but here's the thing. The appropriators have been doing great work. They're continuing to work. Even during the shutdown, they're working individually and on their subcommittees and among themselves and even across the aisle to get the next batch of appropriation bills ready for passage. Is the time eroding quickly? Yes. Is it dangerous for them to shut the government down right now? Yes, because we have very pressing matters that we need to handle, but we can't do it when the Senate is stalling all of that, stopping it. We passed 12 separate appropriations bills through the House committee. They've done their work. 3 of them off the House floor. 3 bills off the Senate floor. They don't match up exactly, so we're going to a conference committee on that. We have to finish that process. We have to rebuild the muscle memory for regular order, because that is how we serve as good stewards of the American taxpayers. We're anxious to do that. We hope the Democrats will see the light. We hope that you will ask them the tough questions this week. Why in the heck are you doing this? What is the point? What is the purpose? And don't let them say it's about Obamacare subsidies, because that was always going to be the subject of debate internally and and across the aisle between the caucuses and amongst everybody in the month of October. And they are now eating up the clock for us to have the thoughtful debate about reforms and things that might be necessary if indeed that's going to be extended. So it's on them. You need to ask them the tough questions. We're here to do the work. We'll continue to do it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good work, Mark.
Run, Boris, run.
No, you did it. Just honestly, so little happens. Yeah. And that was the most interesting way.
Nice job on the photo.
That's great. That's great.
Good stuff.
Everybody good if we grab the posters? Everybody
You
good?
good?
You good?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect, thanks.
There wasn't a bunch of crap.
Okay.
that American families can live the lives that they've dreamed of since they were young. The left's anti-cop rhetoric has led to a 1,000% increase in violence against our law enforcement officers. We have to stop the rhetoric that is allowing individuals the cover that they want to perpetuate violence against those who enforce our laws. Last month, we had an individual open fire at an ICE facility, and we also saw victims from that attack that happened, not just against ICE agents, but also about detainees that were there at that facility. That individual, when he fired upon the building, created some victims. We lost 2 lives there. 3 individuals were hurt, and 2 died later on after that event. The suspect had anti-ICE written on the ammunition and on his bullet casings, proving that he had targeted against individuals that were working to keep our streets safe. Criminals are now even placing bounties on our law enforcement officers. This last month, the Department of Homeland Security arrested a criminal illegal alien and a Latin Kings gang member who placed a bounty on our U.S. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino. Still, they keep pressing on, and we've seen as well individuals on TikTok and other apps making threats against our law enforcement officers, putting bounties out on their head, and we will bring all of those individuals to justice. We will continue to bring murderers and rapists, those who perpetuate violence, pedophiles, gang members in our communities. We will go after them, bring them to justice, and we will save lives. The American people see this, and they see that President Trump is focused on making sure that our streets are safe and that our families have opportunities to raise their children in safe communities. In fact, recent polls have shown that 54% of Americans want illegals to be brought into justice, and they want to deport those who are in this country illegally. But 78% of Americans want these criminal illegal aliens brought to justice. That's because the American people understand the benefits of having law and order again. They understand the benefit of having a leader that focuses on making sure that we are a nation of borders, but we're a nation of laws, and those laws are enforced. To the brave men and women of ICE and HSI and the law enforcement that are partnering with us, thank you. Thank you for all that you do to protect our country. Thank you for risking your lives for the American people and being willing to go out and stand for what is right, stand for law and order. And the American people are extremely grateful for that. To everyone else out there, I would ask you to please thank a law enforcement officer if you see them today. Cook them a meal for their family, support them, give them a word of encouragement. It's been 9 months since President Trump has been in office, and he's made an incredible difference for the American people. Let's make sure that those individuals who go out every single day and keep our streets safe, that they get the opportunity to be thanked for that as well. And with that, I will open it up for any questions that you may have. Yes?
Thank you so much for coming. I understand that ICE is working with local law enforcement agencies, including Florida Highway Patrol, to carry out much of its enforcement, and that a lot of, at least here in Florida, a lot of the arrests are being made through picking up these folks for traffic infractions, for example, like holding them in jail. Can you talk about the partnership and how information is communicated between local law enforcement and ICE?
Well, it's been fantastic to see the partnerships that we've had here in Florida, in this community, but also throughout the entire state. We have a program called 287G, which allows local law enforcement agencies to partner with us on enforcement activities. And that has been very beneficial to making sure that we're out there working together, cooperative, bringing people to justice, and then making those law enforcement officers involved in helping keep their communities safe as well. And we're grateful for that. Florida has been, I think, the state that has provided the most law enforcement agreements under the 287G than any other state, and it shows that they recognize the importance of bringing individuals to justice that have convicted crimes against the people that live in their communities, but also ways that we can support our federal government in the work that we do as well, as far as enforcing our immigration laws, but also making sure that these dangerous terrorists and criminals and gang members are brought to justice and removed out of our country. Yes.
Why do you feel it's necessary to come all the way to Sarasota, Florida, to make these announcements today? Considering this is just 4 of many arrests going on nationwide, and why specifically
Well, I've been to Chicago, and I've been to Portland, and focused on supporting those law enforcement officers and operations there. I'm in Sarasota today because people don't get to hear the media cover these individuals that have been removed off of the streets, the good work that law enforcement officers have already done. Many times when I turn on the news and listen to the networks, they're not covering the victims anymore that we've lost because of these crimes. They're not covering the individuals that have been brought to justice. Instead, they're trying to demonize our law enforcement officers. So to talk about these individuals that have been taken off the streets and show how much safer the American people are, we can show that that work can continue. These individuals that I spoke about today are not on the streets creating more victims. There's still individuals out there, though, that we need to bring to justice. And this is a reminder of the work that we do, but that we need to continue that work and let these law enforcement officers know that they're appreciated.
To maximize your investment in the time to come to Florida, you can meet with, say, the sheriffs here who signed up with the program you just mentioned. Also, we're not very far from Alligator Alcatraz or Deportation Depot. Are you going to be possibly visiting there?
I have been to Alligator Alcatraz. I have visited it. I have not seen Deportation Depot yet, but we're grateful for those partnerships with the state of Florida. That has helped us with detainment centers that will allow us to host these individuals until their due process is finished and they can be removed from our country. So we're grateful for that. In fact, Alligator Alcatraz was the first project that we had with the state as far as putting together these beds, and we've had several other states now that have shared these agreements with us as well. So in Indiana and Nebraska, other states that have partnered, and will continue to do that because it's more efficient for the taxpayers, but it also meets the needs that we have for bed space until individuals can be removed.
While on the subject of travel, we've received some criticism about the recent purchase of two business jets made by Gulfstream to the tune of $200 million. Going to the Coast Guard, which is one of your departments. It was stated by the two representatives about their questioning about this. They said that your frequent appearances at ongoing operations, which require the diversion of resources to focus on your security, appears to be unjustified. What is your comment to that?
These aircraft are Coast Guard aircraft to replace 25-year-old airplanes that are necessary for the mission of the Coast Guard. Congress appropriated the dollars and paid for them in the big, beautiful bill, and we're grateful that we're able to move forward and make sure that Force Design 2028 for the Coast Guard is mission fulfilled, and they can continue to serve our country, not just in a search and rescue mission, but also cooperating with our Department of War. And they're helping us in incredible ways with drug interdiction and bringing these cartels to justice as well. Yes. You're saying that working families are afraid to go out? I think they should be in this country legally. They have no fear whatsoever if they're in this country abiding by our laws. And that is the wonderful thing about America. Everybody is treated equally, and we don't pick and choose who the law applies to and who it doesn't. So individuals have the opportunity every day, if they're here illegally, to go home. Go home to your country and come the right way. If they wait until we detain them and we have to remove them ourselves, they'll never get the chance to come back to America.
You had mentioned, the fact that the media is not talking enough about some of the dangerous folks that you guys are catching and removing from the country. Do you think that might have something to do with the tactics, the masked ICE agents driving people out of cars and off the street or coming out of their immigration hearings? We've seen images of families, children are crying. It's just sort of shocking in this country, never having seen that type of thing.
No, I think that our law enforcement officers are doing everything appropriately and correct to make sure people are brought to justice. And that's the opportunity that we've given individuals from day one, was that if they're in this country illegally, that they can come to us, we will pay them to leave this country $1,000 and buy them a plane ticket to leave. People get to keep their children with them. If they've committed a crime against individuals in this country, they will be brought to justice. They will be prosecuted for those crimes. We've been very clear about that, and I'm grateful for our law enforcement officers that in the face of danger are out there every day, still doing their job and doing what they can to make sure that they are safe, that they are doing it appropriately, and that they get to go home to their kids and their family members too. I think most people look around a room full of law enforcement officers, and sometimes the media doesn't tell the story that they all have families too, and that they deserve to go home that night and tuck their kids into bed and to be able to get up and support their family and pay their bills as well. That's what today is, 9 months of law enforcement officers finally getting to do their job again, finally getting to do what they took an oath to do, and that's uphold the law and be fair and just in how they do that, and I'm so proud of the work that they've done.
So what happens to these 4 individuals? Are they going to be deported immediately?
They will be prosecuted for their crimes first in this country and serve their convictions if they're convicted, which many of them have long histories of criminal activity, and then they will be deported to their home countries.
Not to a third country?
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends on how that arrangement is negotiated. If you remember, we work with the Department of State on every single individual, on how we organize those travel documents, how we work with countries, and how they take their citizens back home.
How's your recruitment effort going to hire 10,000 new agents?
Yeah, we had over 175,000 applicants for our 10,000 new ICE agents. We have many of them that are already out on the job. They've completed their training. We also have huge recruitment for not just ICE agents and HSI, but our Secret Service law enforcement officers, our CBP officers. All of those recruitment efforts are through the roof because I think of the individuals that are excited about defending the homeland, protecting this country, and making sure that they have the ability to go out and to do a job that they can be proud of. Yes?
There's been a lot of conversation and talk about the lack of transparency with regards to ICE releasing information about its operations. Can you speak to the transparency or lack thereof with regards to current operations to detain people here?
I'm not certain about those accusations. We are conducting our law enforcement operations just how we always have been. Exactly how law enforcement does investigations, how we do operations. Many of those times, those operations need to be secure, but we have not changed our protocols in how we uphold the law and how we bring people to justice based on any kind of policy that's been put in place under this administration.
And can you also talk about the communication between ICE and local law enforcement agents that
We would love to have local law enforcement across the country participating with us. Many times that's not true. Here in Sarasota, it's been fantastic. Here in Florida, it's been amazing. But you go into other communities and other states, and many times those governors are political. Those leaders in those towns, Portland's a great example of the mayor who chooses to play politics instead of keeping his citizens safe. Governor Pritzker in Illinois is putting his people in danger every day by going against us and not working with us to make sure that we're detaining individuals who have criminal charges against them or have been convicted and then re-releasing them out on the streets. We're starting to see better partnership out of some law enforcement officers who recognize that their citizens feel differently than their political leaders. Their citizens recognize that they want their streets safer. We saw that in Washington, D.C., that people that experience the freedom of being able to walk down a street, go to a restaurant again, be able to, conduct normal life and let their kids play in a playground, they enjoyed it, and they let their political leaders know that, and they've cooperated with us more. We continue to have targeted operations in many, many cities, but also very focused on those where challenges are still remaining, such as Portland, Chicago. We're in Memphis as well. We're going into San Francisco at the direction of the president as well. We're going to continue to make sure we're focused not just in those cities that we hear about on the news, but also cities like Sarasota, that we make sure that law enforcement officers in every single community get the chance to continue to get these criminals off of their streets.
Is it true, though, the majority of arrests or detentions
Well, what would you call a low-level crime? I would say anybody who's been victimized by somebody who's committed a crime, it's significant to them. That's significant if they end up causing harm to someone. If they're not trained and don't have a license and they're on the street operating illegally, get into an accident, hurt someone, then that no longer is a low-level crime. We have laws, and we don't get to pick which ones matter and which ones don't. Every single one of our laws has been put in place for a reason, and therefore will be enforced. Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for making sure that we're covering the good work that President Trump is doing and what he's doing to make sure that we're bringing people to justice for the crimes that they've committed. Right here in Sarasota, we've gotten murderers off the street, rapists, people who have committed crimes against children, and now today the people of Sarasota and in Florida and our country are safer because of it. May God bless each and every one of our law enforcement officers for the work that they do, and continue to go out and to thank them. Thank them for what they're doing in the light of political attacks and threats from individuals that have an agenda. Thank them for standing up for freedom and for making sure that America can continue to be a safe country, but also a country of many liberties and blessings. God bless you. Thank you, guys.
While he will not be reading it, he will be standing with us when a statement from the mother and father of Kata Scott is read today. That statement will also be put up on the screen so that you will have the text of it. Over the last several weeks, Mayor Sherrell Parker, the Philadelphia Police Department, the Philadelphia DA's office, elected local officials as well as faith leaders and community leaders have been showing acts of kindness, support, advocacy, prayer for Kata Scott's family. Yesterday, I had the chance to visit Kata Scott's mother, father, sister, uncle, and cousins, along with Philadelphia City Council member Anthony Phillips and some other members of our team, to speak to them, to listen to, and to access their current needs, to explore how the DAO can assist them and walk with them through this horrific and difficult journey, to express our condolences to them in person, and to offer resources through our external engagement operations, which include our Victim Services Unit and our CARES Unit. We also were there to provide the most recent update on the investigation, to answer their questions about the prosecutorial process, its details, its timing, and what they, as a family, can expect next in the criminal justice process. It was very important to me for them to get some details about the case, which is developing almost hourly from us, and not just from the media. And that is no disrespect to the media, but it's hard for a family to read and learn things about a loved one for the first time on a television screen or on social media or by reading an article. So we wanted to make sure that we conveyed to them as early as possible, as much as possible, so that they would have the information that they wanted and that they needed. During the sit-down with the family, we made a commitment that today's press conference would be all about their daughter. And therefore, as I've already mentioned, there are certain things that we want to cover today. We want to cover a statement that is to be read and released to the media on behalf of the family, specifically written and approved by the mother and father of Kata Scott. We want to cover some recent developments within the investigation and prosecution of Keon King. We want to continue our request for the community's assistance, tips, and information that would help the investigation and strengthen the prosecution against defendant Keon King. Let's understand the community has already done tremendous work in aiding progress with this investigation. We are simply asking for more. And we also want to convey the upcoming effort to support the family of Kata Scott, led by City Council member Anthony Phillips of the 9th Council District, including the use of his office for that purpose, and we will let him speak about that. I'd like to start with the family's statement. Tania Leonard, who is the director of the DAO's CARES Unit, and Mariel Dela Cruz, Jessica Serrano, Victim Witness Coordinator, will stand with Tania, is going to read that statement on behalf of the family. Standing with them, of course, will be Mr. Marcus Allen. Although he will not be speaking today, he will be here at their request and as their presence in this moment. You should know that Tania, who was present when Councilmember Phillips and I spoke to the family, will be working collaboratively with them and with our internal and external victim advocates to prioritize critical, necessary services to support the family and communities that are impacted by this horrific killing. Tania Leonard and friends.
Good morning. I'm Tania Leonard, the Director of Crisis Assistance, Response, and Engagement Unit here at the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office. and on behalf of the CARES unit, I want to begin by extending our deepest care and support to the family of Kata Scott during this unimaginable, difficult time. CARES was created to stand with families who have experienced this type of tragedy and to walk beside them, help them access the support they need, and ensure they are not alone in days and weeks ahead.
we all have this to do with what we do. There was a lot of competition between people wanting to be part of 21.
How do you like it? You like it?
I don't mind really. Yeah, in America or in yeah, the Italians like that.
Good, I like it. Whoa, that's a big crowd today. We must have the Prime Minister of Australia here.
There's a few Australians there.
Just give us a minute. You see what I mean? You'd be sitting right there. It's nothing.
But they're a friendly lot. They're all
That's a
cuddling.
big boy. It must be a very important country we're dealing with, huh? Did you want to move your camera over here? Or are we going to have... Who are you shooting for? Where's the pool? It's all right, later.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to have the Prime Minister of Australia. Fantastic place. A lot of friends over there, and this is one of them right here. The Prime Minister is, as you know, Anthony Albanese, and he's highly respected, done very well in his election, and I hear you're very popular today, right? I mean, it varies from day to day, but with all of us. But he's done a fantastic job as the Prime Minister. We're here to talk about trade, submarines, lots of other military equipment. They're big orderers of our great military equipment. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world by far. And, ooh, you got to watch that. Watch that. You're not allowed to break that. That mirror is 400 years old. A camera just hit the mirror. I just moved it up here special from the vaults, and first thing that happens, a camera hits it. Hard to believe, isn't it? Hard to believe, but these are the problems in life. So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. And it was sort of good timing that we got it done just in time for the visit. And we worked together very much on rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we've had a very good relationship. We've been working on that for quite a while. In about a year from now, we'll have so much critical mineral and rare earths that you won't know what to do with them. They'll be worth about $2. But in the meantime, we're working with Australia and other countries. They're working with us too. But other countries also on that. But we're really working on anything having to do with military protection, military ships, vehicles, guns, ammunition, everything, the whole thing. We've been long-time allies, and I would say there's never been anybody better. We fought wars together. We never had any doubts, and it's a great honor to have you as my friend. It's a great honor to have you in the United States of America. Please, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. President, for the invitation here to the White House and for showing us around the improved Oval Office, and for what you're doing around here as well, and for the great honour as well of my delegation saying just across the road we could have walked, but they didn't let us. We drove all of 20 metres there from Blair House, but it's a great honour to be able to stay there. We are great friends and we're great allies, and this is a relationship that's been forged in the battlefields of the world. We have stood side by side for freedom and democracy, and congratulations, I must say, Mr. President, on the work that you've done with the Middle East. It's an extraordinary achievement. And on defence, we've already had a discussion about taking it to the next level our defence and security partnership with AUKUS is so important for us, and I thank you for the support that the administration are giving as well. You've had the Chief of the Navy here as well, which will play obviously a very critical role with the subs and increasing the security for the region and the world. And our economic relationship is so important. The US has a trade surplus with Australia, as you know, and we can continue to take what is every opportunity to improve the relationship even further and make it even stronger. And today's agreement on critical minerals and rare earths is just taking it to the next level, seizing those opportunities which are before us to take our relationship to that next level. And it's been fantastic, the contact that we've had together, the friendship that we've developed. And Australians love America, and I think Americans kind of like Australia too.
Sure, we do.
And as we go forward, I think that today will be seen as a really significant day in our relationship. So I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. It's an honor to sign this, and we'll do it now. And then we'll take some questions. Some good ones, I think. Okay.
Well, this is a $8.5 billion pipeline that we have ready to go.
That's right. It's all ready to go.
Just getting started.
And we're doing a real job on rare earth and many other things. Perhaps I could ask John to say a few words, and then we'll exchange papers. But just how are we doing on your naval purchases and all of the submarines that we're working on with Australia? How's that going?
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, Australia is a very important ally of ours in the Indo-Pacific and in every battle. They fought with us since World War I and have always been side by side. The facility that they're building, Surf West, is critical and very important to our ability to project power in the Indo-Pacific and work with our allies. So we're working very closely. I think what we're really trying to do is take the original AUKUS framework and improve it for all three parties and make it better and clarify some of the ambiguity that was in the prior agreement. So it should be a win-win for everybody, sir.
And the submarines that we're building for Australia are starting to really move along, right? The process is getting very exciting, isn't it?
We're getting better.
That's good. Very good.
It's going to be great.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll hold this up. Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
The AUKUS submarine pact,
the AUKUS defence pact that the Prime Minister just mentioned, it is a critical issue for Australia.
Yes.
You haven't really spoken much about it publicly. It was a deal that was done under Joe Biden to sell submarines to Australia at a time when you're not really making enough for your own needs. So can you tell us, have you gotten across the details of the deal? Do you support it, and will you honour it?
It was made a while ago, and nobody did anything about it, and it was going too slowly. We do actually have a lot of submarines. We have the best submarines in the world, anywhere in the world, and we're building a few more currently under construction. And now we're starting, we have it all set. With Anthony, we've worked on this long and hard, and we're starting that process right now, and I think it's really moving along very rapidly, very well.
But if the rate of submarine production doesn't continue, how can you guarantee Australia will get the boats?
Oh, it's getting, oh no, they're getting.
Mr. President. At least 32 people have been killed in those.
Excuse me, you're next. Go ahead.
China's bad behavior has really only gotten worse since the AUKUS partnership was formed. With that in mind, is the door open for Australia to get additional nuclear-powered submarines or other military capabilities not already in the deal?
I think China's been very respectful of us. They're paying tremendous amounts of money to us as in the form of tariffs. As you know, they're paying 55%. That's a lot of money. They never were paying anything over years and years and years. But they were like anybody else, a lot of countries took advantage of the U.S. They're not taking advantage anymore. No, China's paying 55% and a potential 155% come November 1st unless we make a deal. And I'm meeting with President Xi. We have a very good relationship. We're going to be meeting in South Korea in a couple of weeks. And we'll see what we can do. We have a very good relationship with China, but you know, it's been probably a little bit like your relationship with China. They try and take advantage, but most countries do. I mean, I can say the European Union took advantage, but not anymore. We worked out a very fair trade deal. Japan, we worked out a very fair deal. South Korea, where I'll be meeting President Xi, we worked out a very fair deal. And I expect we'll probably work out a very fair deal with President Xi of China. So most of you will be with us. It's going to be very exciting. And I think we're going to work out something that's good for both countries.
Are you at least interested in expediting the nuclear-powered subs to Australia?
Well, we are doing that, yeah. We're doing that. We have them moving very, very quickly.
Mr. President, I don't think you've ever been to Australia. Have you thought about coming to Australia and trying out some of the golf courses?
I would, and I actually have been to Australia, and I did play one of your great golf courses. They have great golf courses there. But I have been to Australia, actually.
Would you come again?
Oh, I would. In fact, I've been invited to go, and
Indeed.
I'll have to give it serious consideration. No, it's a real
Did
possibility.
the Prime Minister invite you today?
He did.
And perhaps we could time it, must be said, with the President's Cup that Australia hosts as well.
When is the President's Cup?
We'll organise it at a time suitable for you, Mr. President.
Please, in the back, please. Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, Mr. President, the Prime Minister mentioned that there's a trade imbalance that's very heavily in America's favour. Why does America slap such heavy tariffs on a friend and ally?
Well, we don't,
Australia?
yeah. Well, we do in some cases. We do in many cases because we've been treated unfairly. But actually, the tariffs are very light. The one thing is you buy a lot of airplanes, so that helps because you buy a lot of the beautiful Boeings, the best of the Boeings. Boeing, and by the way, Boeing is really doing well. They have lots of orders, and they're really doing a great job. They make a great plane. But Australia, because of its location, which is great, but one of the things dictated by that location is you have to order a lot of airplanes. So I guess we have that advantage. They need a lot of airplanes in Australia, and that gives us a little bit of an advantage.
Mr. President, yeah, your Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, in his Shangri-La speech in, I think it was May, warned about the potential likelihood or threat of President Xi ordering an invasion of Taiwan. 2027 is also the year that Fleet Base West is supposed to start rotating those US and UK submarines. Do you see AUKUS as a deterrent for China in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, I do. I think it is, but I don't think we're going to need it. I think we'll be just fine with China. China doesn't want to do that. First of all, the United States is the strongest military power in the world by far. It's not even close. Not even close. We have the best equipment. We have the best of everything, and nobody's going to mess with that. And I don't see that at all with President Xi. I think we're going to get along very well as it pertains to Taiwan and others. Now, that doesn't mean it's not the apple of his eye, because probably it is. But I don't see anything happening. We have a very good trade relationship. We're going to have a very good, I think when we leave South Korea, it could be wrong, but I think we'll end up with a very strong trade deal. Both of us will be happy. No, I don't see that happening, no.
Given the trade surplus that the US enjoys with Australia, would you consider lifting the tariffs that you've imposed on Australia? And can you give us any details about the critical...
Yeah, well, the tariffs have been amazing because, you know, tariffs have been really a reason that I was able to settle almost all of the, you know, I've settled 8 wars in 8 months. Not bad. I have one more to go. It's Russia, Ukraine, and I think we'll get there, but it's turned out to be nasty because you have 2 leaders that truly hate each other, you know. You can't have it all, right? They hate each other beyond all else, and it makes it actually a little bit difficult. But we try, of the 8 deals, I would say because of tariffs, 4 or 5 of them were settled it's an amazing thing, the power of tariffs in terms of our country. But tariffs have always been used against us. We never use them against anywhere else. And now you have a president that, for national security reasons and other reasons, is using them, and we've become a very rich nation again and a very secure nation again. But we've also become a nation that used that power of tariffs and the power of trade to settle 5 of the 8 wars that I said. I settled 8. I'm very proud of that. Nobody else has settled 1. I don't think there's been an American president that settled 1. I think there probably hasn't been, outside of the 2 countries involved, or however many are at war. I don't think there's ever been an outside country that settled a war, period. So I settled 8 in 8 months. I'm proud of that. Now, in the meantime, I'm running that's right now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were dead. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country in the world, economically and otherwise. So, but I will say this, Australia pays very low tariffs. Very, very low tariffs. In fact, Australia pays among the lowest tariffs. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been concern in Australia that it's taken 9 months to get this meeting. Have you had any concerns with this administration, with its stance on Palestine, climate change, or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if he said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. I don't know. Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President.
I don't like you either. I don't, and I probably never will. Go ahead. No, you went. Go ahead, behind you.
Mr. President, your Secretary of the Navy said there will be some clarifications around some ambiguities on AUKUS. Can you tell us?
Well, he'll get that taken care of. These are just minor details that he'll take care of. John, you're going to get that taken care of, right? There shouldn't be any more clarifications because we're just going now full steam ahead building. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you now satisfied with Australia's defence investment, or do you want Australia to invest more in defence?
Well, I'd always like more, but they have to do what they have to do. You know, you can only do so much. I think they've been great. They're building magnificent holding pads for the submarines. It's going to be expensive too. You know, you wouldn't believe the level of complexity, right, and how expensive it is. They're building tremendous docking because they have a lot of ships and a lot of things happening. And I think their military has been very strong, very, very strong. Over here, please.
Mr. President, on the war that you haven't solved yet, the Ukraine-Russia situation, have you now locked in a meeting? And can you explain, just a few weeks ago at UNGA, you said that Ukraine could possibly win the war and
well, they could.
Territory, but now
they could still win it. I don't think they will, but they could still win it. I never said they would win it. I said they could win. Anything can happen. You know, war is a very strange thing. A lot of bad things happen, a lot of good things happen. If you look at the Middle East, I would say prior to us hitting Iran so hard, we could have never made that deal because you would have had a dark cloud over the Middle East when we took out their nuclear capability, which was one of the great military maneuvers of all time. It was flawless. You saw that. Yeah. Those magnificent B-2s. I mean, that was a flawless move that was done by some very talented people, headed up by Pete and everybody else, and our great generals, and General in particular, Raisin Kane. We did a great job. And when that happened, everything was different, and we were able to get a deal. If we didn't do that, if it wasn't, you know, they wanted to do that for 22 years, Mr. Prime Minister. For 22 years, I had the pilots here, the B-2 pilots, and they came to the Oval Office, and I thought they deserved it. They flew 37 hours back and forth. We had 52 tankers up there. We had a lot of planes up there with them, but they were the primary plane. But we had a lot of planes, F-22s and F-35s and F-6. We had a lot of planes. But we had 52 tankers, can you believe that? And it was just like a flawless mission. And when it was finished, the Middle East just opened up, amazing. And they've wanted to do it for 22 years. The pilots came up to me, they said, you know, for 22 years we practiced this maneuver. 3 times a year for 22 years, our predecessors and us. These are now young pilots, you know, but they're older now, predecessors practiced it. And they said, we never had a president that would let us do it, but I let him do it, and it totally opened up the Middle East. It took the cloud over the, you know, we had a dark cloud over the Middle East, and now it's all, I mean, we have a little situation relatively with Hamas, and that will be taken care of very quickly if they don't straighten it out themselves, because they're in violation of their agreement.
Thank you, Mr. President. On rare earth minerals, Australia is one of the only places in the world that processes rare earth minerals. Could there be an agreement? China has 90% of the processing. Could there be an agreement over processing rare earth minerals with Australia?
Sure, that's what we're doing. It's part of the agreement.
Part of the agreement.
Can you say with certainty?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Just, sorry.
Yeah.
On a follow-up on Taiwan, there are reports that you will come up, or China is pressuring you to not support independence for Taiwan in exchange for a trade deal.
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. What I'll talk about, you and I will have that discussion in a couple of weeks when I'm in South Korea with President Xi. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. I assume that's going to be one of the things, but I'm not going to talk about that now. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you just alluded to the violence in the Middle East. What steps is the administration taking to maintain the ceasefire?
Well, a lot of steps, and right now it's in the hands of others. You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. So they went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership. They had some rebellion in there among themselves, and they killed some people, you know, a lot of people. But this is a violent group. You know, you probably noticed over the last 100 years, this is a very violent group of people. And they got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately. Go ahead.
Yeah, just following up on that question, when you say we are going to eradicate Hamas, who is we? Does that include American boots on the ground?
No, it won't be on the ground at all. We don't need to, because we have many countries, as you know, signed on to this deal. The way I view it, 59 countries, and unanimous. There's never been, nobody ever believed it was right. Countries that 4 months ago didn't like each other, and now they're all aligned together. I mean, we've had countries calling me when they saw some of the killing with Hamas, saying, we'd love to go in and take care of the situation ourselves. In addition, you have Israel would go in 2 minutes if I asked him to go in. I could tell him, go in and take care of it. But right now, we haven't said that. We're going to give it a little chance, and hopefully there will be a little less violence. But right now, you know, they're violent people. Hamas has been very violent. But they don't have the backing of Iran anymore. They don't have the backing of really anybody anymore. They have to be good. And if they're not good, they'll be eradicated.
Were any innocent civilians killed in the Caribbean, Mr. President?
Not you. Go on, please.
Could the Prime Minister weigh in on more on the processing?
Yeah.
And can Australia expand the process of rare earths?
Absolutely we can, and we have the capacity to do so, and part of this deal is very specific, $8.5 billion pipeline. There'll be $1 billion contributed from Australia and the United States over the next 6 months with projects that are immediately available. There's 3 groups of projects, ones that are joint activities between Australia and the United States, such as Alcoa. Secondly is projects that will be US investment that the US will undertake in Australia, including processing, and then ones that Australia will undertake, some as well. One of them is Australia, the US and Japan as well. So what we're trying to do here is to take the opportunities which are there. Australia has had a view for some time, a bit similar to putting America first.
Right.
Our plan's called A Future Made in Australia, which is about not just digging things up and exporting them, but how do we make sure that we have across the supply chains with our friends being able to benefit, seize those opportunities. So we certainly see part of what this is about isn't just digging things up. it's also about processing, including the joint ventures between Australia and the United States.
Can the US and Australia really compete with China? Aren't we decades behind in terms of the development?
You've been reading the wrong newspapers. We're not decades. We are way ahead of China militarily, the United States. We're way ahead of them in every form of military, other than they're building a lot of ships, and we'll have that started. We'll be catching them on that.
When it comes
but we will, when it comes to weaponry, when it comes to, I'll go, right now, AI. The big thing is AI. They're building more plants in this country than anybody ever imagined. We're going to have over $20 trillion of investment for this year. The most we ever had was a tiny fraction of that. As an example, Biden, who's the worst president in the history of our country by far, by the way, but they were less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're already now breaking $18 trillion of investment in 8 months. 18 trillion. No country in history has ever done that. We're way ahead of China in AI, and we're way ahead of China militarily from the standpoint of the sophisticated weapons. We have weapons that a lot of people don't even know about it. I got them started 4 years ago. I rebuilt the military 4 years ago, fortunately, because Biden didn't do anything but give a piece of it away to Afghanistan. Fortunately, as much as it sounded like it was a small part of what I built, but the Afghanistan giveaway was one of the worst. That was probably the most embarrassing day in the period in the history of our country. But we have the greatest military. We have the best equipment. We have the best manufacturers of equipment. We have the best weapons. When you look at our weapons, I've been talking a lot about our weapons. Everybody wants our weapons. But it's great to be working with Anthony. It's great to be working with the people of Australia, because they also, it's a smaller country, but you have done a fantastic job in weaponry and the kind of things that we do a lot of joint work together. Our militaries work very, very closely together. We've been really an amazing ally when you think of it, right? There's never been any games. We're strongly committed, and they're strongly committed. There are some games with other countries, but there haven't been games with Australia. Where do you come from?
I'm from Australia.
Who are you with?
The Sydney Morning Herald.
Nasty guy. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask a question.
All right, go ahead.
On your first term, you worked with two Australian Prime Ministers, Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull, you might remember.
Right.
They were from same side of politics as you, Mr Albanese's different side. Can you tell us a bit more about what it's like to work with Mr Albanese compared to those two?
Well, I got along. That wouldn't be fair, because, the man on my right has a big advantage. You know that, right? But I think he's doing a really good job, and we've had a very good relationship. I don't want to compare one with the other, but I'll tell you, this one is, they really have a great Prime Minister. Okay, was that a good statement?
I'll use it in my ads in 28.
President Putin on Thursday, did you discuss his ongoing attacks on civilian areas in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Did you say cut it out? Did you say show
Yeah.
an article of good faith to me?
I did. But as you know, most of the people dying are soldiers. The soldiers that are dying in Russia and Ukraine, it's unbelievable. 5,000 to 7,000 a week. Can you believe it? And I look at that and I say it's pretty amazing. But in addition to that, there are attacks on Kiev and some of the other places. And it's human lives, but the big number of human lives are soldiers that are being killed in the battlefield. Anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000, sometimes more than that every single week. It's not even believable. It's a bloodbath. It's the worst since the Second World War, the worst number of people. And it doesn't affect us in any way. We don't pay anything, because now they pay us for the weapons that they get. The NATO is paying us for the weapons, as you know. It doesn't affect, I guess you could say that's a positive thing, they pay us, but I'm not interested in that. I did straighten it out. Biden gave them $350 billion. Can you believe it? And all they did is get deeper in. It's a shame. Gave them $350 billion. A lot of lives were lost. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. But we do speak about that. I speak about all of the lives, but I do speak about the civilian lives. Yeah.
The First Lady has done such an amazing job on the Ukrainian children who were abducted by Russia. Would you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill to declare Russia a terrorist state? And you have within your power, you're the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do, really.
They
I don't
just
think
need
you
the
do
weapons.
because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price.
And then I'll leave Dr.
Quiet.
President Trump, so a question to both of you, if you don't mind. So
I love his haircut.
He's one of
I'm going to try that. No, I love it. Go ahead.
So, as we all know, China controls 90% of the global supply of critical minerals. They have launched attacks on Australian companies, primarily Lynas Rare Earths. What will happen to China if they don't play fair with this?
So, it's a very interesting question. We have a tremendous power, and that's the power of tariff. And I think that China will come to the table and make a very fair deal, because if they don't, they're going to be paying us 157% in tariffs. Right now, they're paying 55 to 57%. When I was first president and first term, we had the greatest economy we've ever had. And as you know, people don't write too much about it, but China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money for tariffs. Biden left it, but he didn't enforce it. He gave exceptions to almost everything. And so he left the tariffs, but he didn't really collect the numbers that he should have collected, and because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So now the tariffs are much higher in China than they were before, and they're high on other countries depending on whether or not we like that country or we get along, and that's for national security purposes. So I made deals with Japan, I made deals with the European Union, or the whole of Europe practically, but the European Union, made deals with a lot of different people. We have a very fair deal for, I will say, Australia's paying a low number. They do have, I'll change it, we have a little bit of an advantage on that one. I told you, the advantage we have is airplanes. We sell a lot of airplanes to them, and they need them. It's a very vibrant place, and people go in and out, and I look forward to going there myself. And I think it's unlikely I'll be taking a ship. That's a long
journey.
That's a long journey. But China has treated us with great respect. Now, in the past, they didn't treat other presidents with great respect. They would take hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars out of the country, and they would spend it and build their military. Now they're treating us with great respect. Now, we'll see what happens. I said, if we don't make a deal, I'm putting on an additional 100% on November 1st. I think we'll make a deal. They threatened us with rare earths, and I threatened them with tariffs, but I could also threaten them with many other things, like airplanes. You know about airplanes, because they can't get parts for their airplanes. We build their airplanes. We do a great job. They're largely Boeings, and we could stop the parts. We did stop the parts, actually, when they did the initial threat. That's a big... They closed down over 400 of their airplanes, but we don't want to do that. But we have a much simpler thing. If we don't make a deal, we'll charge them a very substantial tariff, and they'll be paying us hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which they're basically paying right now. We had presidents that allowed China and other countries get away with murder. We're not going to allow that, but we're going to have a fair deal. I want to be good to China. I love my relationship with President Xi. We have a great relationship. I believe after we leave South Korea, we'll be there together. We thought that would be a good place to meet, and we're going to be meeting. I'll be in Malaysia, I'll be in Japan, I'll be in a couple of others. We'll be sort of doing a little bit of a tour. I've been invited to go to China, and I'll be doing that sometime fairly early next year. We have it sort of set. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. And again, they will threaten us with rare earths. I don't think they're threatening us too much right now. But they could do that, but I threaten them with something I think is much more powerful, and that's tariffs. Because at a certain point, they will not be able to do any business with us. At a certain point, if they pay enough tariffs, it's almost like saying, we don't want to do business with you, but it's probably nicer. Saying you're going to pay 158, 157% tariff is a nicer way of saying, that we don't want to do business with you. And if they don't do business with us, I think China's in big trouble, I'll be honest with you. I think China is, I don't know that they even make it. I really do. I believe that they're in big trouble, and I don't want them to be in big trouble. I want them to do great. I want them to thrive, but we have to thrive together. It's a two-way street. I think when we finish our meetings, and it's going to be a big deal. Look, I'm meeting with a lot of other countries, but this seems to be the one that people are very interested in. I think when we finish our meetings in South Korea, China and I will have a really fair and really great trade deal together. I want them to buy soybeans. They stopped buying our soybeans because they thought that was punishment. And it is punishment to our farmers, but we're not going to allow that to happen because I made a great trade deal with China, a $50 billion trade deal, and they were great about it. They were doing everything that they were supposed to do. And then when Biden came in, you know, I used to call President Xi all the time to say, thank you, or you're not buying enough. In other words, they were supposed to buy. Biden, do you think Biden ever called him? I don't think Biden ever called him. You think Biden lied awake at night thinking about trade with China? He didn't know what he was doing. He was an incompetent president. We had an incompetent president, but you don't have that anymore. So I think we're going to end up having a fantastic deal with China. It's going to be a great trade deal. It's going to be fantastic for both countries. And it's going to be fantastic for the entire world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Keep going. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Thank you. No more pictures. Keep going. Thank you, guys. Keep going. Keep going. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Quickly. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Keep moving. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Moving, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Moving. Thank you. Keep going. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. You guys.
All right. Go over here.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Nice.
Yeah, we're going to just so I was like really positive.
Yeah, we're all the same thing, so. Yeah.
No worries. Yeah, so I was in the queue.
This one doesn't work anymore.
You need to upgrade. You can't work like this.
I agree.
Let's go outside to feed, mate. Didn't even know. So, you okay?
this is Christine, calling from New York. I'm producing for Matt Rivers. Hi. I just wanted to make sure you see our shot and that you're able to check in with him if you can. He's not hearing. 5208.
I got nothing at the moment.
He's not getting anything, yeah.
We're switched on over here, right?
I'm gonna put the phone down just for a second and make sure the audio is all the way up.
Sorry, I know that's probably a silly question, but
Not at all. Try again, please.
I hear like a static now, but I don't hear anything.
He's hearing a static, but he's not hearing it. He's not. Okay. Let me see what I can do to troubleshoot this. You don't happen to have AirPods with you, do you?
I can go up and get them.
No, I don't think we have enough time. Let me see. It's on RF, blah blah blah. Battery, it looks fine.
And you dial from over there?
You dial from over there. So I'm gonna drop it and dial it again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna drop IFB and dial it again. Okay. And if not, I might have to run up and get AirPods.
Anthony, it's great to be working with the people of Australia because they also, I mean, it's a smaller country, but you have done a fantastic job in weaponry and the kind of things that we do a lot of joint work together. Our militaries work very, very closely together. We've been really an amazing ally when you think of it, right? There's never been any games. We're strongly committed and they're strongly committed. There are some games with other countries, but there haven't been games with Australia. Where do you come from?
I'm from Australia.
Who are you with?
The Sydney Morning Herald.
Nasty guy. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask a question.
All right, go ahead.
On your first term, you worked with two Australian Prime Ministers, Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull, you might remember.
Right.
They were from same side of politics as you, Mr Albanese's different side. Can you tell us a bit more about what it's like to work with Mr Albanese compared to those two?
Well, I got along. I mean, that wouldn't be fair because, the man on my right has a big advantage. You know that, right? But I think he's doing a really good job, and we've had a very good relationship. I don't want to compare one with the other, but I'll tell you, this one is. They really have a great prime minister.
Thank you.
Okay, was that a good statement?
I'll use it in my ads in 28.
President Putin on Thursday, did you discuss his ongoing attacks on civilian areas in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Did you say cut it out? Did you say show an article of good faith to me?
I did. But as you know, most of the people dying are soldiers. The soldiers that are dying in Russia and Ukraine, it's unbelievable. 5,000 to 7,000 a week. Can you believe it? And I look at that and I say it's pretty amazing. But in addition to that, there are attacks on Kiev and some of the other places. And it's human lives, but the big number of human lives is soldiers that are being killed on the battlefield. Anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000, sometimes more than that every single week. It's not even believable. It's a bloodbath. It's the worst since the Second World War, the worst number of people. And, you know, it doesn't affect us in any way. We don't pay anything because now they pay us for the weapons that they get. The NATO is paying us for the weapons, as you know. It doesn't affect. I guess you could say that's a positive thing. They pay us, but I'm not interested in that. I did straighten it out. Biden gave them $350 billion. Can you believe it? And all they did is get deeper in. It's a shame. Gave them $350 billion. A lot of lives were lost. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. But we do speak about that. I speak about all of the lives, but I do speak about the civilian lives. Yeah.
The First Lady has done such an amazing job on the Ukrainian children who were abducted by Russia. Would you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill to declare Russia a terrorist state? And you have within your power, you're the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do, really. I don't think you do because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price.
And on the abducted children.
Quiet.
President Trump, so a question to both of you, if you don't mind. So
I love his haircut.
He's one of
I'm going to try that. No, I love it. Go ahead.
So, as we all know, China controls 90% of the global supply of critical minerals. They have launched attacks on Australian companies, primarily Lynas Rare Earths. What will happen to China if they don't play fair with this?
So, it's a very interesting question. We have a tremendous power, and that's the power of tariff. And I think that China will come to the table and make a very fair deal, because if they don't, they're going to be paying us 157% in tariffs. Right now, they're paying 55 to 57%. When I was first president, first term, we had the greatest economy we've ever had. And as you know, people don't write too much about it, but China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money for tariffs. Biden left it, but he didn't enforce it. He gave exceptions to almost everything. And so he left the tariffs, but he didn't really collect the numbers that he should have collected, and because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So now the tariffs are much higher in China than they were before, and they're high on other countries depending on whether or not we like that country or we get along, and that's for national security purposes. So I made deals with Japan, I made deals with the European Union, or the whole of Europe practically, but the European Union, made deals with a lot of different people. We have a very fair deal for, I will say, Australia's paying a low number. They do have, I'll change it, we have a little bit of an advantage on that one. I told you, the advantage we have is airplanes. We sell a lot of airplanes to them and they need them. It's a very vibrant place and people go in and out, and I look forward to going there myself. And I think it's unlikely I'll be taking a ship. That's a long journey. That's a long. But China has treated us with great respect. Now, in the past, they didn't treat other presidents with great respect. They would take hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars out of the country, and they would spend it and build their military. Now they're treating us with great respect. Now, we'll see what happens. I said, if we don't make a deal, I'm putting on an additional 100% on November 1st. I think we'll make a deal. They threatened us with rare earths, and I threatened them with tariffs, but I could also threaten them with many other things, like airplanes. You know about airplanes, because they can't get parts for their airplanes. We build their airplanes. We do a great job. They're largely Boeings, and we could stop the parts. We did stop the parts, actually, when they did the initial threat. That's a big... They closed down over 400 of their airplanes, but we don't want to do that. But we have a much simpler thing. If we don't make a deal, we'll charge them a very substantial tariff, and they'll be paying us hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which they're basically paying right now. We had presidents that allowed China and other countries get away with murder. We're not going to allow that, but we're going to have a fair deal. I want to be good to China. I love my relationship with President Xi. We have a great relationship. I believe after we leave South Korea, we'll be there together. we thought that would be a good place to meet. And we're going to be meeting. I'll be in Malaysia, I'll be in Japan, I'll be in a couple of others. We'll be sort of doing a little bit of a tour. I've been invited to go to China, and I'll be doing that sometime fairly early next year. We have it sort of set. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. And again, they will threaten us with rare earths. I don't think they're threatening us too much right now. But they could do that, but I threaten them with something I think is much more powerful, and that's tariffs. Because at a certain point, they will not be able to do any business with us. At a certain point, if they pay enough tariffs, it's almost like saying, we don't want to do business with you, but it's probably nicer. Saying you're going to pay 158, 157% tariff is a nicer way of saying that we don't want to do business with you. And if they don't do business with us, I think China's in big trouble, I'll be honest with you. I think China is, I don't know that they even make it. I really do. I believe that they're in big trouble. And I don't want them to be in big trouble. I want them to do great. I want them to thrive. But we have to thrive together. It's a two-way street. I think when we finish our meetings, and it's going to be a big deal. Look, I'm meeting with a lot of other countries, but this seems to be the one that people are very interested in. I think when we finish our meetings in South Korea, China and I will have a really fair and really great trade deal together. I want them to buy soybeans. They stopped buying our soybeans because they thought that was punishment. And it is punishment to our farmers, but we're not going to allow that to happen because I made a great trade deal with China, a $50 billion trade deal, and they were great about it. They were doing everything that they were supposed to do. And then when Biden came in, you know, I used to call President Xi all the time to say, thank you, or you're not buying enough. In other words, they were supposed to buy. Biden, do you think Biden ever called him? I don't think Biden ever called him. You think Biden lied awake at night thinking about trade with China? He didn't know what he was doing. He was an incompetent president. We had an incompetent president, but you don't have that anymore. So I think we're going to end up having a fantastic deal with China. It's going to be a great trade deal. It's going to be fantastic for both countries. And it's going to be fantastic for the entire world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Keep going. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Keep going. Keep going. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you.
He's great.
Yeah, he's still with me.
He's yeah, that's definitely good. Okay. I've been relocated to where I live this year. Also, I have to
It's better to be relocated than.
It's like awkward. It's not like I'm like up to no good otherwise. Like, it's weird to like just be like, you know, like in his direct, like you keep awkwardly making eye contact. So I put my plant like a little bit in between. He was like, "Nah, what are you doing?" I got called out by everyone. Exactly. Everyone was like, "That makes it way more weird." I was like, "Shit." I thought I could casually.
Sam.
Yeah.
Can you take up MPD and the marshal? They're right there in the lobby. Thank you.
Hero presser.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Okay, cool. Next one, sir. Thank you. Bye.
Somebody got him. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
So what do you usually cover for?
I'm more like under the justice team. I'm more sort of like FBI focused usually. This is like Sarah and Andrew. A lot of the custom stuff. Yeah, so I'm sort of like floating between that sect. There's a
Fun, yeah.
Yeah, I sort of roam. But when the rest of the justice focus, I can't show you something. Also, I have not been out. I'm waiting. I got printed, but see the government shut down. They still have
Oh.
Also because FBI keeps.
So it's not stopping us.
I mean, FBI keeps being like, we'll do what I don't want to do, except for asking them how to do it. So a joke. Okay, cool.
Do you need hard pass or what?
No, right. But I'm like, sure, I'll play the games. Okay. So this is this ongoing thing. So I texted them and I was like, guess what? Other people let me in the butt thing. And they were like, where are you going? I was like, here out. Here was like I have to ride along, and I was like, that might have been a crime because I actually didn't say that. Although I would love that.
Is this your first press conference?
Yeah.
It was fun. It was great.
I mean, I just want to come back as a face. I mean, I don't know them, but like you and but like it's just fun to see it. Like, I don't know in this one for sure. Why was the other photo removed?
Photo?
Yeah, someone like whisked away in the night.
Oh, I mean, I think there's like a series of 3, and it's just like which one do you prefer?
The other one with a square around it.
Oh. Okay. I mean, it's, I think all of it's under the areas.
So what's the deal here? Someone else is being arrested? Or are you trying them as adults?
Hey, can you roll on to show 10? There's going to be a 3-card. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Are they people in it?
No, adults.
and do, let me see if you hear anything. Can I get up here for a second? Can I check? Thank you. Mic check one. Is it on? Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's really hot? Okay. All right. I'll go fix that. Hold on. Yeah. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still. Yeah.
I had to bring it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blah blah blah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's a gorgeous day outside. Yes, you bet. Anybody else? Everybody good? Anybody want to wipe? Heather Graff.
Thank you.
It's a Heather Graff white. You know, it was her idea to get white on it. It's a brilliant idea. You always have cell phones.
Allegedly, that podium.
That was weird. Cleared up, but cool. Let's look at Dan. Dan. Next time you see those bears, go, oh, cool. That's whenever he sees you, it's always bears, bears. So you'll get gotten once, even if you're not a, because he's from Chicago. All good. Well, as you can tell, I didn't recognize the name Bill. I was like, should I still pull my phone out and go to type in Bill and see who it called? Yeah, yeah. We fired Bill about 5 years ago. I was trying to get back to it. Okay. Where are you from?
Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty and merciful Father of us all, today remind our lawmakers of the Judgment Day story in Matthew chapter 25. In that story, you asked 6 questions of humanity. Did you feed the hungry? Did you clothe the naked? Did you give water to the thirsty? Did you visit the sick? Did you minister to the incarcerated? Did you care for the strangers in your midst? As our senators, during this government shutdown, play the game of legislative tug-of-war, may they remember these 6 Judgment Day questions. Lord, may we all hear in these Judgment Day questions the cries of the friendless, helpless, and powerless. We pray in your righteous name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Senator from Iowa.
Since 1993, Congress has adopted a resolution to recognize this 3rd week of October as National Character Count Week. And of course, we're in that week right now. As Iowa's senior U.S. Senator, I'm proud to sponsor the resolution and share that the global headquarters for Character Counts organization is located in my home state. The Robert D. and Billy Ray Center is located at Drake University. By the way, Bob Ray was Iowa's governor for 14 years. So the location in Des Moines makes perfect sense to me because Iowa's values align with the 6 pillars of character promoted by the National Character Counts organization. These include trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. Throughout my public service, I strive to improve civic engagement and bridge divisions through respectful dialogue. Part of that effort includes my annual 99 county meetings where I meet with Iowans face-to-face. No topic is off limit, and Iowans set the agenda. Each year, the Drake University Ray Center celebrates Iowa's Character Awards to recognize those who embody civic values. The people of Spencer, Iowa will receive Community Character Award of 2025 in recognition of their effort to recover from devastating floods the summer of last year. Like the courageous first responders from 9/11, emergency response teams from across northwest Iowa pitched in to help the people of Spencer. They didn't stop to consider creed, race, gender, or political affiliation. They were only concerned about those who had the needs caused by the devastating flood. So they simply rolled up their sleeves. They simply pulled together, neighbors helping neighbor. And of course, that's the Iowa way. History tells us how important it is for elected leaders to govern by virtue. At the Virginia Ratifying Convention, debating whether or not Virginia should ratify the new Constitution, James Madison said, quote, "To suppose that any form of government will secure liberty or happiness without any virtue in the people is a chimerical idea," end of quote. The American people who elected us are counting on us to live by those standards. National Character Counts Week is a good time to do what's right. I yield the floor.
Any more slack? Yeah, protect. Yep.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371.
123.
Report.
123.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Mr. President, you have to give the Democrats credit for one thing, and that's a healthy dose of gall.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Both the House and Senate Democrat leaders were out last week and claiming
I want to thank you all for being here today. Today we're going to announce the names of two individuals who are being charged with a series of assaults and attempted carjacking in a highly publicized case where
it is
two young
truly
men were
amazing
brutally assaulted
how a program
and
Democrats created
highlighting, the need
and
for
tax credits that
accountability
they
among young
chose to
offenders in the
sunset
district.
have now
This
become
case
the Republicans'
underscores the
crisis.
escalating challenges
Republicans, in
that
fact,
we
never had
face,
anything to do with it.
in confronting
Democrats
crime in
created
Washington,
Obamacare.
D.C.
Alone.
On August 3rd of
They implemented the
2025,
enhanced tax
at about
credits
2:53 a.m.
alone.
Sunday morning,
And they
at the
chose
U
a
Street
sunset date
corridor,
for those tax
on
credits
14th Street, which
alone.
Is a very popular
Democrats are
hangout,
solely
nightlife
solely
area,
responsible for the
essentially.
Obamacare tax
Ethan
credit
Levine, a
cliff.
22-year-old,
And yet they're trying to pin this disaster on Republicans while at the very same time
they
they're
were
asking
approached by a large
Republicans
group
to
of
bail them
teens,
out.
individuals who
Really
confronted
kind of
them
ironic,
and
Mr.
began
President.
to assault them.
Well, Democrats may not
Today,
win a lot of
we are
points
announcing
for
that
truthfulness,
Lawrence Cotton
but you
Powell,
have to give
who
them
is
credit for
19
gall.
years of age, along with
Now,
Anthony
Mr. President,
Taylor,
while Democrats
who is
may have
18
created this
years
health
of
care
age, are now
situation,
charged
I have made it
with
clear from the
assaulting
beginning
Levine.
that Republicans are willing to have a discussion about how to address it. In fact, I'm perfectly willing to guarantee Democrats a vote. But none of that is going to happen until Democrats reopen the government. We're not going to negotiate on anything until Democrats stop holding government funding hostage. And if they really want to address their Obamacare mess, they should stop running out the clock on a deal.
Then, after
And they're doing
robbery and
all they're
assault
doing
of
by
Ethan Levine,
that action,
they
Mr.
walked
President, is
in
keeping the government
direction
shut
of
down
where another crime occurred
and
within
enhancing,
minutes.
believe it or not, the chances this situation doesn't get fixed because the clock is running. Now, Mr. President, before I leave the subject of health care, I do have to mention the irony that while Democrats claim they're defending Americans' health care, their shutdown has actually suspended valuable health care services for a lot of Americans. Medicare and rural patients are currently dealing with the elimination of telehealth services thanks to the government shutdown. Telehealth, of course, increases the accessibility of care and lets those who live far from medical treatment or who otherwise struggle to travel to conduct prescription refill appointments or other visits from the comfort of their home. But that assistance is currently being denied to them thanks to the Democrat shutdown. But I'm not sure why I'm talking about shutdown costs. Democrats have made it very clear that they don't care about the costs of the shutdown to anyone. Democrats used to care, of course, or so they claimed. In fact, I could fill a book with Democrat quotes on how shutdowns harm hardworking Americans. But over the past 3 weeks, it's become clear that Democrats' previous concerns had more to do with politics than with principle. Democrats were against shutdowns when it served their purposes, and now that it serves their purposes, or so they think, to keep the government closed, they're all for shutdowns, no matter how many Americans have to suffer.
What's significant about this case is the history of
Mr. President, I've talked about health care today.
I want you to follow me on this.
And Democrats would definitely like Americans to think that that's what this shutdown
He's now
is
charged
about.
with robbery, first-degree
But of
robbery,
course, the
for
biggest
which he
driver
faces 15 years
of
in
the
prison.
shutdown is not health
He
care
also faces a
or
charge
any
of
other
assault
issue.
with intent to commit robbery.
It's the
and
Democrats'
another
far-left
15
base.
years. And
Left-wing
robbery,
activists demanded a showdown with President Trump,
assault with
and
intent
Democrats
to commit
fell in
robbery,
line.
another 15 years,
That's why you see the Democrat leader, who actually voted to fund the government in the spring,
let me tell you his background.
leading the shutdown brigade
April 3rd
this
of
time
this
around.
year, Lawrence
Far-left
Cotton
groups
Powell
were rallying this
was
weekend, and the Democrat
sentenced
leader and other
for a
Democrat senators
felony
were out
attempted robbery.
paying homage.
My office asked
And
for
if these
jail
same
time.
left-wing groups
Judge
have their way,
McClain, a judge sitting
Democrats
in the
will be
criminal
keeping
part
up the
in
shutdown
Superior Court
for a
with
long
no
time to come.
criminal background, made a decision to give
They don't really care
Cotton
about
Powell
the solution,
probation in
Mr.
spite
President.
of his conviction on a
It's about
felony
politics.
attempted robbery. Within
For the sake of the
31
American people,
days, By May
Let's
4th,
hope that there are
Howell
some Democrat
Vance,
senators who will eventually
he's
put the needs of their
rearrested
constituents
while
over the
he's on
demands
probation from
of
the
their
felony,
far-left base and work
he's
with
charged simple
Republicans
assault and possession of a
to
prohibited
pass the
weapon
clean,
B. On
nonpartisan
May 4th,
funding measure
my office
that is
asked
saying
that probation
right here
be revoked.
in front of us today.
But on May 16th,
And when
that
passed,
same
will be
Judge
sent to the
McClain
President and
comes
signed into
back
law,
and releases
and this
Cotton
government
Powell
will
and
open up
tells
again.
him basically,
Mr.
be a
President,
good
I yield
boy.
the floor.
On
I
July
suggest the absence of
24th,
form.
he is
call the roll.
sentenced to one of the two misdemeanors that he's charged
Ms.
with.
Brooks.
Again, my office asked for jail time after he victimized yet another person. And on July 25th, another judge suspends his sentence and decides that he should be on probation. So after a felony of attempted robbery conviction, after a violation of probation, after a second crime, after a second conviction, after no compliance with C. Sosa, the judges say do better and they let him go. And guess what? Within 10 days, he's at it again with Ethan Levine and Edward Korstein. Now, the co-defendant in this case is an individual by the name of Anthony Taylor. He charged also with the same arrest. He is with the same crimes. He is from Maryland. He is 18 years old. We are unaware of any history as it relates to him. I want to thank the Metropolitan Police Department. I want to thank the fact that this department went above and beyond and worked incredibly hard with the little evidence that we had to identify two of the perpetrators that we're going to be able to prosecute in criminal court. And I want to mention and thank the chief, and I also want to thank Mayor Bowser for her assistance in helping us. This is a coordinated effort by all of us. I also want to thank the marshals who are here, and they'll be speaking to you in a minute. But I again urge the D.C. Council to reconsider those trilogy of laws that allow Washington, D.C. to allow these young people to go out and victimize, re-victimize, and keep re-victimizing and putting the safety of the citizens who live, work, and visit here at risk. And I ask them to stand up finally and send a clear message, because the people of this district deserve no less than safety. So I want to call upon the police chief, Pamela Smith, to say a few words.
Right. Thank you, Judge Pirro. Good afternoon. I'm Pamela A. Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm joined today by Commander Kevin Kentish of our Criminal Investigations Division and Detective Thomas O'Donnell of the Carjacking Task Force. The Metropolitan Police Department is proud to stand alongside our partners at the United States Attorney's Office and the United States Marshal Service in announcing 2 additional arrests in the attempted carjacking of Mr. Edward Korstein. This is the latest example of the continuous partnerships between our agencies and our collective community commitment to removing individuals who harm our communities out of our community. It is because of the swift response of our officers, 2 suspects were immediately arrested after the offense occurred. Since the morning of August 3rd, detectives assigned to the Metropolitan Police Department Carjacking Task Force have worked tirelessly with all of our partners to identify and apprehend the 2 outstanding suspects. Just minutes before the attempted carjacking on Swan Street, both of these suspects were involved in a robbery just a few blocks away from U Street. This behavior is indicative of what we see time and time again. A small group of suspects committed a series of violent crime offenses in a very short period of time. These arrests send a very strong message to our community. If you commit violent acts in our community, you will be found, you will be held accountable, and you will face justice. Together, we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure our neighbors and our communities that you remain safe, and that those who threaten the safety, will be held accountable. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro and her team for working alongside the Metropolitan Police Department for getting this case to where it is today. I'd also like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser, who has also been very, very supportive of public safety in this city. And since I've been in this space as the chief, she has certainly been a strong supporter and an advocate for what we need to do in this city to drive down crime. And lastly, the members of the Metropolitan Police Department, the Carjacking Task Force, and our detectives who every single day go out there and investigate those crimes to ensure that our citizens and our communities feel safe. Thank you so much, and I'll turn it back over to Judge Pirro.
All right, and now I'd like to call Don Schneider up from the U.S. Marshals.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chief Inspector Don Snyder. I am the commander of the Capital Area Regional Fugitive Task Force with the United States Marshal Service. I also have Superior Court United States Marshal Tony Dixon with me. The mission of the Cardiff is to reduce violent crime and enhance public safety through the investigation and apprehension of violent fugitives. So fugitive investigations can be complex and are often inherently dangerous. Deputy U.S. Marshals and law enforcement officers across the country place the communities they serve before themselves when investigating and apprehending violent fugitives. Ensuring the service of justice for citizen victims can be extremely costly. We work closely at the Cardiff in D.C. with the Metropolitan Police Department. Our partnership is strong. It is the case in this investigation. So in the fugitive business, we regularly ask ourselves two very important questions. How do we manage risk to the community, to law enforcement, and to the offender when attempting to conduct a safe arrest operation? And how does law enforcement with limited resources and personnel best mitigate the risk of violent crime in our communities? So through high quality constitutional law enforcement, strong investigations and prosecutions, righteous convictions, and sentences of consequence, holistic mitigation of violence also requires organizations in the community to provide opportunities for growth and positive engagement with families and our youth. Over the past 75 days, the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force has arrested over 4,700 offenders, seizing over 460 illicit firearms during these arrests. Violent crime is down across the city. Our mission at the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force is to end crime in America's capital, making it the safest city in the nation. Law enforcement and National Guard are doing our best to do our part. Now we need everybody to come together and work together to eliminate violence in the district for good and provide families and our youth with opportunities to thrive. The D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force is an absolutely wonderful thing. It's the greatest partnership in modern history of law enforcement and National Guard coming together to make a community safe. And we are here to stay. It's one badge, one fight, make D.C. the safest and most beautiful city in America, where citizens of all D.C. communities are provided with the unlimited opportunity to thrive.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Tony Dixon. I'm the United States Marshal for the Superior Court here in the District of Columbia. As you've heard said, first of all, let me thank Judge Pirro, United States Attorney Pirro. I want to thank Chief of Police Pamela Smith and all of her colleagues. And I also want to thank Mayor Bowser for the continued cooperation and collaboration that we have in partnerships to address these types of matters. As you've seen and as you have heard, this effort is indicative of what can happen and what does happen when we collaboratively interact to bring justice in the District of Columbia. That said, we can do it better with the assistance of the community. And with that in mind, I implore and I invite the community to assist us in our efforts, our collaborative efforts to make this a safer and a more unified and peaceful city. We can do it with your help, and only with your help can it be as successful as possible. That said, I want to thank you all for what you have done and continue to do. I want to thank the colleagues here. And again, I want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office and our collaborative relationship with the Metropolitan Police. Thank
you. And with respect to the cooperative, collaborative relationship, I think you all know that this is something that President Trump brought to the district in his desire to make D.C. safe and beautiful. The number of arrests, the number of convictions, the number of charges are all reflective of a cooperative effort, and they're making a difference in the district. Now, any questions? Yes.
Hi there, Olivia George with the Washington Post. Thanks for having us. You mentioned that this 18 and 19-year-old and the two 15-year-olds that were sentenced last week were part of a larger group.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you've identified any of the other individuals, and if so, how old they are, and when we could expect news of other charges.
Well, I'm glad you asked the question. The investigation is continuing. We continue to take these cases and move it forward. We're not going to be happy until we get every person who was involved in the assault on these two individuals, and we continue to do that. Make no mistake that that is a priority for everyone who's standing behind me right now. Two of the 15-year-olds, as you know, have been released. Their case is closed. Our case has been put over for a preliminary hearing, I believe, I believe it's November 6th, but we expect that there will be more who will be identified and arrested. I think that what you can see here, these two defendants here are stomping on Edward Levine. You can see that there is a sneaker there. They're taking his shoes from him. And this was what Edward Cordesign looked like. These are severe beatings with some severe injuries, hospitalizations by both victims. And the most stunning part of all this is they happened within minutes of each other. And we know that this same group moved from one assault to the next assault. And we are continuing to investigate with these phenomenal investigators in police department to find out where they went next, and we will. Of that, I have no question.
Chief, you said that these arrests are evidence that these individuals will be held accountable and will face justice. Your officers repeatedly arrested this individual, gave the evidence to the prosecutor's office that used it to repeatedly ask that he be detained, and then he reoffended multiple times. Is that being held accountable, and is there frustration among law enforcement that they're not being held accountable despite your office's repeated efforts to provide the necessary evidence to your office?
When you say that he reoffended at what point?
Well, the misdemeanor in May, that he reoffended while he was out.
But the chief is not responsible for what judges do.
That's what I'm asking. Is there frustration that there's not accountability despite the effort your officers continue to put in?
Let me say this. I think everyone in this room knows the amount of times we have rearrested the same individuals over and over and over again. Today's message is not new. Of course, it's frustrating for my police officers. Every single day, the expectation of this city is that they go out and police, right? And then when they keep rearresting the same individuals over and over and over again, it's offensive to me. I have to sit through crime briefings Monday through Friday. We see some of the same faces over and over and over again. And when I talk about the accountability piece, that is certainly in partnership with our U.S. Attorney's Office. Make no mistake about it. Judge Pirro, as we present these cases, her office is working collaboratively with us, and she is doing what we have expected the process to do.
Mr. President,
criminal justice
Democrat leader,
that is when we arrest.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without
objection. So, Mr. President, we enter another week of Donald Trump's government shutdown. And Republicans seem happy not to work, happy not to negotiate, happy to let health care premiums spike for over 20 million working and middle-class Americans. Our country is staring down the barrel of a health care catastrophe, and Republicans will spend this week either vacationing or holding pep rallies at the White House. It's been over a month since the House of Representatives even took a single roll call vote. That's shameful. That's derelict. Government workers must work without getting paid. House Republicans get paid without working. What about the Democrats? Our position remains the same. We want to end the shutdown as soon as we can and fix the ACA premium crisis that looms over 20 million hardworking Americans and many tens of millions more whose premiums will also go up. Look, the ACA premium crisis is not a fix-it-later issue, like Republicans keep pretending it is. It's a fix-it-now issue, because very soon Americans are going to have to make some really difficult choices about which health care plan they choose for next year. When they see the amounts of money, when they see the increase in the number of dollars that these premiums will cost them because the tax credits expire, $500 a month, $600 a month, $1,000 a month, for older couples in the over $20,000 a month, they're going to have to make an awful choice. Do I cut out health care altogether and be left alone? Or do I cut back on everything else to afford a health care plan? Do I have to look for a new plan with different doctors, different hospitals, higher copays, higher premiums? Every American, just about every American, or so many Americans, tens of millions, are going to have to start making that choice the next month. Health insurance prices under the ACA are now available in about a dozen states, and Americans in those states are already seeing with their own eyes the horrifying truth,
attempted carjacking,
what we've been warning about for months, that multiple millions of people are going to pay tens of thousands of dollars more for health care, so vital to Americans. When you are in a family and you know you can't provide health care for them, or much reduced health care, and you look at your spouse, you look at your kids, you say, what am I going to do if they get sick? What a frightening experience for people that Republicans are putting America through. All because they wanted to cut all this health, cut Medicaid, and cut so much else in health care to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy. It's just perverse. It's inside out. It's upside down.
How many times they go through there before I get to them?
Let's be clear about who will get hurt if these tax credits expire. Republicans have been lying about that, too. If the ACA premium tax credits expire, the majority of people who will pay more out of pocket are working and middle-class families. In fact, the majority of people who benefit from the expiring tax credits live in Republican districts. The state of Louisiana, home of Speaker Johnson, is one of the states about to suffer most. I read an article last week from CNBC. It said, the headline, ACA enhanced subsidy lapse could hit early retirees hardest. Middle-class couples in their 50s and early 60s who are too young to qualify for Medicare face the largest dollar increase in premium payments. One Idaho couple interviewed by CNBC will see their premiums spike not by 50%, not by 100%, by 300%. $15,000 more a year just to have health insurance. That's what financial ruin looks like. In fact, if these tax credits expire, older Americans could end up spending 30% of their income just on health care premiums. Can you imagine?
No, they're both where
what kind of country do we live in? What kind of party is this Republican Party that is unwilling to solve this problem, which is staring Americans in the face, frightening Americans from one end of the country to the other? And yet Republicans, what are they doing about it? Nothing. They're on vacation. It's unacceptable and morally repugnant. Democrats are demanding nothing more or less than what the overwhelming majority of Americans already want. Even a majority of MAGA voters want it. 58% of those who voted for Trump say renew the tax credits on into next year. Americans want to keep their health care costs low and avoid financial ruin. Americans want to see the government reopened as soon as possible. And Democrats agree, we're at the ready. We want to get past this crisis, but Republicans need to wake up from whatever dream they're in, because fixing the ACA will require them to take action. Now, on the economy. Republicans, put this. Republicans like to talk about eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, they can start by looking at Secretary Kristi Noem's expense report. This weekend, the New York Times reported that the Department of Homeland Security has purchased not one but two private jets, luxury jets, for Kristi Noem to the tune of $172 million in taxpayer dollars. The administration says these are G700 aircraft That's one of the biggest planes there is, private planes there is. And they say they were purchased for safety reasons. Kristi Noem and the administration say these G700 aircraft were purchased for safety reasons. That's like saying you bought a Rolls-Royce to get good seatbelts. This just shows you how much contempt this administration has for people struggling to make ends meet. Let's be very clear. At a time that Americans are paying more for groceries, falling behind on car payments, seeing their electricity rates go up and up and up, Secretary Noem thinks it's a good use of taxpayer dollars to buy 2 jets known for having, quote, the most spacious cabin in the industry. Whatever happened to the Kristi Noem who said any expense at DHS over $100,000 needed her personal approval? Apparently, she wanted more legroom for flying. This would all be perhaps a little more amusing if it wasn't so insulting to the American people. Because while Donald Trump's cabinet secretaries get their private jets, the American people are getting higher health care premiums, higher grocery costs, a worsening job market. Let me just show this chart, a list of awful headlines about the economy just from last week or so. From NBC, U.S. consumers bearing more than half the cost of tariffs so far, Goldman Sachs says. In the Wall, grocery prices keep rising, frustrated consumers are trying to adapt. Market Watch, high inflation and lack of jobs leave Americans frustrated with the economy. Those are headlines last week. So let me get this straight. Americans pay 90% of the cost of Donald Trump's tariffs for more groceries. They see fewer jobs, and now the American people have to pay for 2 top-tier private luxury jets for Kristi Noem. If you want to know how much contempt Donald Trump has, how much contempt his MAGA administration has for working people, look no further than Noem's luxury jets. Yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last Friday, I went back to the city of Chicago I'm honored to represent. And over the weekend, had two experiences I want to share with you. There was a real contrast, but there was a recurring theme in both. The first was at a church in the city of Chicago on Friday, Christ Lutheran Church. It's on Wilson Avenue in a section of Chicago known as Albany Park. The church was built in 1911. You look around at the houses outside that church and you think, this neighborhood's seen a lot of change, a lot of different people who came through with waves of immigration. Today it's predominantly Hispanic, but I would imagine that the march of history would take you through many other groups that lived in the Albany Park neighborhood. The pastor there was named Tom Terrell. I was meeting him for the first time. We had a press conference inside his little church, and he told us a story of what had happened at his church, Christ Lutheran Church in Albany Park in Chicago, on the previous Sunday. There aren't as many people in his church as there were just a few months ago because a lot of them are too afraid. They're Hispanic families, and they're afraid if they go to that church, they might be detained or arrested or something else terrible might happen. But some brave souls made it to the Christ Lutheran Church on that Sunday, and Pastor Terrell told us the story. At the end of the ceremony at noon, the people were leaving and heading home, walking away from church, when an unmarked van pulled up and ICE agents came out of it and started to ask questions of the people that just came out of church. It was noticed in the neighborhood, and what is now becoming more common in Chicago, the neighbors started coming out with whistles, standing on the front porch and blowing whistles because the ICE agents were intimidating these people who were just leaving church. Eventually, enough people started blowing whistles that the ICE agents decided to tear gas the people coming out of church. They threw the tear gas canisters, got in their van, and left. Going to church on Sunday in Albany Park in the city of Chicago was an opportunity for an ICE raid. That's what's happening in the city of Chicago, and it's not confined to that neighborhood. It's happening there and in the surrounding suburbs. Are the people afraid? You bet they are. They're afraid of what's going to happen to them and their families. The stories come pouring in, one after the other. Remember how we got started in this conversation? Remember when the president said at his rallies over and over again, we're going after rapists, terrorists, murderers, those who are criminally insane, and those who are predators of children. They came into this country illegally and they're not going to stay. Well, Christ Lutheran Church was not the place to visit if you're looking for those categories. Those people there were not guilty of any crimes other than going to church, if that's a crime in the eyes of some. It certainly isn't in my eyes. That's the reality. 70% of the people who are being detained and arrested in the city of Chicago have no criminal record. No criminal record. And yet they're being intimidated. The restaurants in many parts of the city aren't what they used to be. People are not going shopping. They're afraid to go outside at all. That's the reality. My second experience this week in Chicago is on the same theme. Mr. President, on Saturday, an estimated 7 million Americans across this country took to the streets peacefully with a singular message to President Trump and his enablers. We have no kings in the United States. That included 100,000 people in Chicago, and I was proud to be one of them. That's the front line, as we know, of the president's assault on our democracy, our civil liberties, and our rule of law. Now, I've been in Congress for 4 decades, so believe me when I say that the turnout in this march was the largest I've ever seen at any political gathering. It was amazing. The president is trying to tell the world that it's unsafe to be in the city of Chicago. Well, the weekend before this, we had our 53,000 runners in the Chicago Marathon with tens of thousands of supporters and family cheering them on. They weren't afraid to be in Chicago, and neither was I. And this last Saturday, this gathering of people in the city of Chicago, without violence, expressing themselves as Americans, disagreeing with our government, which is part of democracy, was a peaceful gathering by and large. I joined the march in the city of Chicago and carried a sign that read, "Hands off Chicago," and I meant it. Chicago is a great city. It faces challenges, but all cities face challenges. These challenges must be addressed with solutions that are consistent with our American values. This president is abusing his power by fueling this cruel immigration raid policy, unleashing the military, bringing in National Guard men and women from the state of Texas against immigrants and citizens alike. Don't believe me? I'll show you. The president claims his actions are meant to round up, quote, the worst of the worst, but that's been anything but the case. A few weeks ago, Chicago and the nation watched in horror as women and children, immigrants and U.S. citizens alike, were dragged from their homes in South Shore of Chicago, detained with the use of zip ties. Imagine your child rousted out of bed in the middle of the night when the front door of your apartment is crashed down, and that child is taken downstairs, separated from his mother and father with a zip tie, holding his hands together. When one witness complained that these children are being mistreated, I'm sorry to tell you, the person from ICE said, F them kids. And just last week, ProPublica reported that in the first 9 months of the Trump administration, ICE held over 170 American citizens across the country, kicking, dragging, beating, and detaining some of them for days. Let me repeat, they were American citizens. Take Maria Greeley, a Chicagoan and U.S. citizen detained by federal agents earlier this month in Chicago. She showed them her passport, but they zip-tied her and held her for hours because she, quote, didn't look like someone named Greeley. Let me give you another example. On October the 3rd, Juan Munoz, trustee for the township of Oak Park in Illinois, stood with protesters outside the ICE Broadview processing facility, along with other elected officials. Federal agents picked him out of the crowd, shoved him to the ground, and arrested him, while they left his colleagues alone. They held him for 8 hours. Why did they hold Juan Munoz for that long and not his colleagues? He was a person of color. Does this sound like the work of an administration set on reducing violent crime? I think not. This cruelty is all for show. While Americans continue to pay inflated prices at the checkout aisle and face the prospect of skyrocketing healthcare premium costs, this is what our president is focusing on. We the people stood up this weekend to the president's abuses of power. I hope the Supreme Court, when the time comes, will do the same. The founders of this nation designed the Constitution to protect generations of Americans from the very abuses we are watching unfold before our eyes today. They understood the dangers of a military turned against its own people and limiting their role in civilian affairs. President Trump's claims of so-called invasion have agreed. In upholding a ruling temporarily barring the deployment of troops in Chicago, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals concluded, and I quote, "The facts do not justify the president's actions in Illinois. Political opposition is not rebellion." In fact, the court noted the Department of Homeland Security itself claims the protests have not slowed down their operations and that ICE has increased its deportations and arrests. Political opposition, peaceful protests, Even nonviolent civil disobedience are not rebellion. They are the bedrocks of our democracy. And if there are legitimate concerns with maintaining law and order, protecting public safety, and controlling crime, the Constitution preserves the power to address that to the states, not the federal government. Whether in Chicago, Portland, Los Angeles, Memphis, or the District of Columbia, it is civilian authorities, state and local law enforcement, that have the primary responsibility for enforcing the law. I'm glad to see federal judges, including judges appointed by President Trump himself, upholding their constitutional responsibility to interpret the law and apply it to the facts. It's no surprise that President Trump is now asking the Supreme Court's conservative supermajority to greenlight his abuse of power and allow him to deploy troops regardless of statutory limit or the actual facts on the ground. The Supreme Court should reject the President's petition. There is no emergency that would justify bypassing the regular appeals process and resolving this case on the court's shadow docket without full public scrutiny that it deserves. My warning to my Republican colleagues is this. Durbin of Illinois is standing on the floor of the Senate today telling you what's happening to the state and people I love to represent. If the president is allowed to send the military against his own citizens in Chicago without regard to the laws enacted by Congress, what guardrails are left to preventing him from doing it to you in your home state, to the people that you are proud to represent here in the Senate? We cannot sit idly by while a person who wants to be king takes us down the path to authoritarianism. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, today is the 20th day of the Schumer shutdown. And people around the country are beginning to feel the effects of the shutdown. For example, here, nearly all federal employees, from government agencies to those working here in the Senate chamber, will have missed their first paycheck. 1 out of every 6 Americans lives from paycheck to paycheck. It's not uncommon. This means that the shutdown is preventing those individuals from paying their basic expenses: food, shelter, clothing, utilities. Normally, Americans who aren't able to put food on the table for themselves and their families can fall back on government programs should they qualify. However, the U.S. Department of Agriculture recently sent a letter to the states, including Texas, announcing they will not be able to continue funding the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, due to the lapse in congressional appropriations. According to federal law, food programs like SNAP and WIC, the Women and Infants and Children program, may continue to operate even during the shutdown as long as funds are available. But once those funds are dried up, it's simply not possible for them to continue providing benefits. The guidance from the U.S. Department of Agriculture directs states to pause those payments for the programs. This means that Texans who rely upon SNAP as a safety net to buy their groceries and feed their children will not have those benefits until this deranged shutdown comes to an end. During the negotiations on the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut Act, I was happy to champion certain reforms to ensure that those benefits were targeted on the truly poor and vulnerable. Chief among those reforms were enhanced eligibility verification and work requirements for able-bodied adults, ensuring that those who can work do work in order to continue to receive benefits. Throughout those negotiations, Democrats accused Republicans of taking food from the mouths of the poor and needy. But of course, this is not what we did with the One Big Beautiful Bill at all. The reforms we implemented in the One Big Beautiful Bill ensured that these programs were financially secure for the long haul, so we can continue to provide those benefits to those who truly need them. But now, Senate Democrats have voted 9 times against a House-passed short-term funding bill that would immediately reopen the government. And now they are preventing these programs from operating at all. So what Democrats falsely accused Republicans of just a few weeks back, they themselves are doing by forcing these programs to end or to pause. Senate Democrats are literally taking food from the mouths of hungry children. These programs are designed to ensure that those who have come across hard times are able to get the food they need for themselves and their children. And now Senate Democrats are the reason why Texans, particularly those in need, are unable to do so now. But that's not all. This shutdown is creating a particularly severe consequence for rural health clinics across America, many of which are unable to continue their full telehealth services to patients during the shutdown. One of my constituents wrote in to say that not being able to offer telehealth has put us at a huge disadvantage with patients. There are many who will seek care elsewhere and some who won't seek care at all. One of the only good things to come out of COVID-19 is the expansion of access to telehealth. And now, because of the shutdown, Democrats are denying patients that need that access, denying them that access altogether. This constituent that I mentioned a moment ago that I quoted described an immunocompromised Texans who were discharged from the hospital who require follow-up appointments, but the risk of infection from other patients in the waiting room makes it actually too risky for them to appear in the hospital in person. Telehealth appointments are a good solution for such patients, but due to the shutdown, they're simply not available. For other patients who live in rural areas who are homebound from severe illnesses, telehealth can be the difference between receiving care and receiving no care. My office recently heard a devastating story about one such patient in a Texas hospital who has stage 4 cancer and who has missed his last 2 appointments. This individual lives 45 minutes from care in the Panhandle in North Texas and is a model patient for telehealth, but thanks to Senate Democrats, that is no longer an option for him. Madam President, imagine the devastation of having a loved one suffer from late-stage cancer and knowing that this person is missing out of access to health care because of the Schumer shutdown. It's simply indefensible. And these are real people, real patients, and real Texans. Now, this government shutdown may not affect the Democratic leader or some members of Congress who are independently well off. But for those people who depend on these services and who live paycheck to paycheck, it has real-world consequences. This government shutdown is, in other words, not a game. And yet Senate Democrats refuse to treat this matter with the seriousness that it deserves. It's been quoted many times now, but the minority leader has said to the news media, quote, "Every day gets better for us," close quote. Well, clearly he's not talking about the individuals I've been referring to. I'd like to see the minority leader, the senator from New York, say those words to the cancer patient who's unable to get access to treatment or to telehealth services, or the family who relies on food stamps who's unable to put groceries on the table to feed their family, or to the Capitol police officers who provide security in this very building who are not receiving a paycheck. I can guarantee the Democratic leader that those people will not say to him that every day is getting better. The people who we work for, our constituents, the folks who sent us here, are growing more apprehensive by the day, not knowing when this will end. And while many people simply don't feel the effect of a government shutdown, very real people, like the ones I mentioned, definitely feel this shutdown. And it doesn't have to be this way. All we have to do, as we've said time and time again, is pass the short-term funding bill that will only take us to November the 21st. It's already passed the House of Representatives. 3 Democrats in the Senate have joined Republicans in voting to reopen the government. Are there not 5 more Democrats willing to buck the heartless display of the minority leader and put the American people first rather than their political party and their political aspirations? Well, I hope that the cries of those children who are without food and homebound cancer patients without access to health care will carry more weight with Senate Democrats than the ruthless partisanship coming from the Democratic leader. This is called the Schumer shutdown for a reason, because there is, in fact, one person ultimately responsible in this chamber. The House has passed the bill. All Republicans are willing to support it, and we just need a few more Senate Democrats to put an end to this foolishness. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Madam President.
The senator from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the cloture motion on the motion to proceed to calendar item 168, HR 5371.
Without objection.
I further ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22 at 2:20 p.m. tomorrow, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Moe nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Moe nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Mercer nomination. Further, if cloture on the Mercer nomination, if cloture is invoked on the Mercer nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the Moe nomination at 5:30 p.m., and the Senate vote on the confirmation of the Mercer nomination at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democrat leader no earlier than Wednesday, October 22nd. Further, if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. Finally, that the remaining clotures filed on October 16th ripen at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democrat leader on Wednesday, October 22nd.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the scheduled roll call begin immediately.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture. By unanimous consent,
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
by unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. A quorum is present. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee,
I'm working on it.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Crapo, Haggerty, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Marshall, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cantwell, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kim, Markey, Paul, Peters, Van Hollen. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Cotton, Aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no.
On this vote, there are 50 yeas votes, and the nays are 43. The 3/5 of the Senate only duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader?
Enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to executive session and consider executive calendar number 458.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Bill Lewis of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Middle District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bill Lewis of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Alabama, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 998 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 998, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to require additional information on math and clerical error notices.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-284 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
S-284, a bill to reauthorize the Congressional Award Act.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, October the 21st, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. The Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each, and 11 a.m. the Senate execute the order of October 16th in relation to the Moody nomination. Further, that the Senate recess following disposition of the Moody nomination until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday session of the Senate, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.